Code 195304 is that the court must still do an analysis on Mr. KOHBERGER's ability to pay. And as the state has addressed, we are arguing that he does not have an ability to pay. While there have been lump sums provided to you regarding some funds that he received prior to his plea agreement, what the court does not have is a breakdown of how those funds came into the inmate system for his expenses and the fact that they were primarily family. Certainly his situation pre-plea and sentencing was drastically different than it is right now in terms of money that is available to him. And there's nothing in the record to provide the court with anything other than what is really speculation based on the past, as opposed to something that the court might be able to rely upon about foreseeability. There's no way that Mr. KOHBERGER is ever going to profit from any sort of movie or book, because Idaho Code 195301 specifically precludes that.
Well, it precludes, it allows that monies are swept from his account for those income to pay certain things. If those certain things, if there's no debt for those certain things, then does the money not go then to the defendant?
That is not my reading of the code. Perhaps I'm reading that statute more broadly than the court is. I understood it to be that the purpose is that someone can't then profit off of their crime pursuant to that statute. I guess I need to read it with
even allowing your reading of it. What's to prevent, for example, a family member from agreeing to, provide information, be a part of, et cetera, a story, movie, book, whatever, TV series about the murders, about Mr. KOHBERGER, and that certainly wouldn't be, monies they receive wouldn't be subject to the statute, and then they certainly would be free to send Mr. KOHBERGER money to his account. What harm is it to order the restitution, which would then sort of jump in line in terms of priority of payments over some of the other ordered payments, such that if Mr. KOHBERGER does receive money into his accounts from any source, that he's then, that those monies are then put to that use. Certainly, we're not worried about Mr. KOHBERGER's credit rating with having debts at this point. I'm not sure what the concern would be to, given the uniqueness of this case and the potential for family members, et cetera, to earn money from it, and potentially we've seen members of the public send money to Mr. KOHBERGER, is my understanding, to his books. What's the downside to ensuring that the victims are as whole as possible from this by ordering the restitution, which again would jump in line from some of the other court-ordered fines, et cetera? And if the money's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not.
Judge, I don't see that Idaho Code or Idaho law asks the court to make an analysis on the downside, but whether or not there is foreseeability of payment. And all of the things that you just listed are pure speculation. There is no book or movie that's in the works by any of his family, and to say that those things are going to happen is absolutely speculative, and there's nothing to substantiate those sorts of assertions happening in the future. So
well, there's a history in the 3 years he was incarcerated of him receiving 5 figures put on his books. Doesn't that give the court some history to suggest that such contributions from whatever source may continue into the future?
As I stated earlier, Judge, that was at a different time in the case. That was at a time when, he had not entered a plea. He was not deemed convicted of the crime. The money, a lot of that money was coming from his family to be able to have communications with their son and brother. And to speculate that those kinds of dollars are going to be able to happen for the next many decades is exactly that. It's pure speculation, not based on something that is foreseeable or based in something that's in fact before this court.
Well, it just seems to me that one of the, really, obviously, even application of statute requires the court to look at what might happen into the future. And I guess, it seems to me one of the best indicators of the future is the past. And in the past, his family has, you're saying the family was the source of much of these funds, has provided him funds in order for him to communicate, et cetera. That necessity will still exist going forward. I'm not aware of his family having disowned him at this point and not wanting any contact with him. And even if they are, that doesn't mean that won't change. And you call it speculation. It seems to me that it is good evidence of what may occur in the future in light of what has occurred in the past.
Well, Judge, there is a judgment against him in the amount of $28,000, and certainly 20% of every dollar that goes into his inmate account is going to go towards paying that $28,000. Another factor that the court actually can look at under 1953-04 subsection 7 is other factors, and those factors other factors that the court deems appropriate, and that can be collateral resources that the families obtained over $200,000, which definitely reimburse the cost of the earns in terms of economic costs.
I also want to turn to the plea agreement, because isn't a reasonable interpretation of the plea agreement that the defendant will not contest the state's seeking of restitution that is outlined in the plea agreement? Otherwise, why would it need to be in the plea agreement? It seems to me it's the plea agreement, a reasonable interpretation is the defendant is agreeing to pay restitution for those items that are identified in the plea agreement, which includes victims' compensation, which includes in this case funeral expenses. So you took advantage of the plea agreement to get the benefit of the bargain regarding the state's dropping of the death penalty. Why should you not be held to the plea agreement to pay the victims the costs of interning their children?
Judge, I believe that our pleading was clear, that we understood that earns fell underneath a funeral cost, but that once we have a hearing on this matter, that doesn't eliminate the court's duty under 1953-04 to do the ability to pay analysis. And that's why.
Well, are you in violation of the plea agreement by arguing that your client shouldn't have to pay those?
We are not in violation of the plea agreement. If there was any violation of the plea agreement that took place, it's the state seeking this when the other expenses, when it was clear under statute and under the Idaho Victims Compensation rules that those were not reimbursable expenses.
But they've effectively withdrawn those requests and are seeking what's outlined in the plea agreement. What's the point of the plea agreement on restitution if the defense is able to argue against the restitution called for in the plea agreement itself?
Judge, again, in our pleading, we objected to what the state has withdrawn as of this moment at this hearing today.
Right.
We acknowledge that the earns were funeral expenses.
Right.
But once we're in a situation of having a hearing, then this other section about whether or not he has an ability to pay is triggered. We stipulated to $28,000 in restitution within 60 days.
Right.
He met the terms of the plea agreement.
But it also says the state may seek restitution regarding funeral expenses, and they're simply identifying additional funeral expenses.
I don't know what more you want me to say under the, about the urns other
Well,
than
what's
they
the point
are-
of the plea agreement if you're not
agreed. I
going to be
laid
bound
out
by
the-
it?
I agreed that it was $3,075.58.
But you say you shouldn't have to pay it.
What I said was that the court needs to do the analysis under Idaho code about his ability to pay.
Why
it doesn't
hasn't the defendant waived his right to rely on that ability to pay by agreeing to those expenses as part of the plea agreement?
I don't know how the court can enter this order today without engaging in the analysis under Idaho code because it's required. That's the way I review the case law and the code, that once there's a hearing about restitution, then the court has to engage in the analysis on the ability to pay.
So the agreement to pay is illusory.
No, he agreed to $28,000. We've agreed that urns fall underneath.
Does he have the ability to pay that?
expense. No, he does not have the ability.
So
to
why
pay
did
that,
you
but
agree
was-
to it?
Because it was a specific, we were provided with those receipts within 60 days. We were not provided with the receipt for the urns within 60 days.
So is your objection then a timeliness objection?
We did raise a timeliness objection in our pleading. I have thought about that and whether or not I think that it is a really valid argument to say that that's completely jurisdictional. I didn't to mean that the court can't take this under the review at this point in time. I didn't read the judgment language in such a strict fashion that I felt like we could say 61 days means the court's not going to not going to consider it at all. So it is past your 60-day deadline, but I don't know that that is completely jurisdictional in the way that you drafted your judgment.
Anything else?
No,
Thank you. Mr. Thompson, any rebuttal?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll take the matter under advisement, issue an opinion in due course.
Wow. Are you kidding me? Welcome, everybody. Sorry, I was running really late. I didn't get the chance. I had the time wrong. So, Mama Bear, thank you for that. Y'all, this is a joke. This is a fucking joke. Excuse my language, but I am pissed. What's up, Dylan? How are you, bro?
Not too bad. I've been telling you this the whole time.
Dude, I knew, but listen, I don't even know I don't know why I thought anything other than what I knew. Okay. I knew that this was nothing was going to happen. There she is. There's our Mama Bear. Hello, dear. How are you? Other than pissed off. I know you are.
I'm good.
There's a little echo.
Oh, hold on. Let me
Yeah,
pull
take
that.
your video down.
Yeah, I changed my browser. It's still doing it. I can't figure it out. We'll figure it out later. This guy is 100% in the pocket. Period. There's no two ways about it anymore. Now I can see it. This man, for lack of better terms, because he's not truly a man, in my opinion, the loser that he is, didn't even let them speak, as always, and didn't even look at. Did you see Anne's face? She looked absolutely defeated. Eliza is the one that will argue with him, that will talk over him when he talks over her, which is why she was the one presenting it, in my opinion. What a joke. What a joke. He didn't care to hear any of it. Why did you take the plea deal? Could he pay the $28,000? Well, no, of course not, Your Honor. So then why did you agree to it? Because what choice did they have? What choice did they have?
He read out something where he was like, in the plea deal, the state may ask for funeral expenses, which is great. And if the state does ask for it, it's like, okay, well, they're asking for it, and all BRYAN's team is saying, yeah, they're asking for it, and we're telling you that there's a process to see if he can even pay it or not. And Hitler is saying, well, no, we don't have to go through that process because he signed the plea deal. It's like,
Yep.
well, no, well, can he pay for it or not? You guys are asking him to pay for it. And when was the funeral? Where was the funeral? Who,
Right.
how, what are we talking about here? Like, why did they even get to this point? Why would they call for this restitution hearing? Why would any of the families, unless they wanted to drag this out, call for it? Do we know why?
Can I give my opinion why this is happening, Dylan?
Yeah,
Truly.
go ahead.
We know that the Goncalves family and a few other family members of other families have called out the prosecution and the judge and the government, the state of Idaho, for the way that this ended because of the plea deal and everything else. I think personally, this is just my opinion, okay? I think personally that this is their way of kissing the family members' asses to try to get back in their good graces because they fucked up. That's my opinion, truly. And,
Yeah, but
we can viably see that the state violated the plea agreement. So why is he talking to the defense like they did it?
right, and she even calls them out. Like if anyone is doing it, it's them. And it's a, I guess we can be frustrated by what Hitler is. I had the same frustration initially in the case before it was on TV or YouTube or anything, just with the way the documents were being filed and what he was, allowing in and not allowing, and how he talked when the case first started. He talked as if Bryan was guilty from the first time we heard from him. And you can even see it today. It's like, dude, you're frustrated. It's like, this is on you. Like, you're mad at your own frustration. You allowed it to get to this point, and now you guys are all in this mosh pit of stupidity.
He put himself into this situation, Dylan. He agreed.
Yeah.
He knew what he was doing when he got into this.
Yeah.
He bought into the corruptive side to it. Here we sit now. This is your fault, bro. You got to fix it. Nobody else.
Right. And from the start, if you, again, put yourself in his shoes, right? From the start, he thinks going into this, and he's told by other people inside of Moscow and Green and whoever else is, overseeing this crime, right? Hitler gets word from them like, hey, we got this. Don't worry about it. We're going to give Thompson everything he needs to make sure that this case goes in and out as quickly as possible and no one sees anything. Well, they ran into a problem because they didn't have anything. They told Hitler they had all this stuff. They had his phone. They had the DNA. They told him all of this, but they didn't have anything. So by the time he agrees to it and he takes the case, and they're like, "Hey, just wait. We're gonna work on this, right? We're gonna build the case against Bryan Kohberger, Hitler. Don't worry about it." Well, 2.5, almost 3 years go by, and they still don't have anything. All they have is stuff that points to people other than Kohberger. Stuff that points to people that Hitler himself has been protecting in court by saying their DNA, they had nothing to do with the crime. They weren't there. Their DNA is irrelevant. They're not alternate suspects. We cannot put their names out there because I don't want the public knowing the true suspects, right? Those are the Showalters and the DeCours and the David Loesch's and the Rosendals and all these frat boys, right? The real problem kids.
Right.
And so he's already done, he's put his neck out there, and now he's fighting people like us in the legal field, right? He's now talking to people that are like, hey, this is how we do it. Even after conviction, we don't change the process. Yes, there is restitution in cases like this, Judge, but this is how it is handled every time. Just because he signed a plea deal doesn't change that. And Hitler's trying to say the plea deal overrides everything. And that's not how it works. A plea deal is a plea deal. A plea deal is a plea deal. He has pled guilty to the crimes. We all understand that. But that's not some golden ticket we're talking about.
No, that's why he's putting it out there like that. This is all there is, nothing more. End of story.
Yeah, and it's like this is the the lock, right? We're trying to lock everything up. And the plea deal is what is protecting us. And they're doing it at the city of Moscow attorneys are doing it by protecting the evidence. The judge is doing it by redacting names and all this information. So, but there's cracks. There's cracks coming. And now Hitler is sitting there like, all right, you're sounding like a prick. Now you're sounding like an asshole for no reason. Right?
Right.
BRYAN hasn't done anything to piss anyone off.
Well,
And Taylor hasn't done anything to piss anyone off.
no.
They haven't committed crimes, right? They weren't the ones that were a part of the state's prosecution team to agree to the plea deal. It took two to tango. Don't forget that. This wasn't a one-way street. They weren't handcuffed to it. They could have brought it to trial, but they knew they couldn't. Judge Hitler knew they couldn't.
He also, Dylan, sorry to interrupt you, but he also has the ability to challenge the plea deal.
1,000%.
Right. He doesn't have to accept the terms per se. That's the thing, but he's running with this like you wouldn't see. I'm going to play it back again from beginning to end for those of you that just got in here, so you can watch the absolute ignorance, and we will discuss it because it's a joke. Tomboy said the plea should be null and void after Hitler claimed it was not a Rule 11 plea. Then Ashley said in her docs that it was a Rule 11. I agree with that. That should absolutely void it, in my opinion, but they won't. They denied evidence to destroy evidence, lie. The state did that, right? That too. All of it. I mean, this whole thing is a fucking joke. Period. Excuse my language. But I'm pissed.
Can I ask another thing? I don't know if this is just me being a grumpy old man type attitude towards something, but why is a high profile case like this, why is he not in the courtroom, and why is everything remote?
Well, he had the option, the choice to be there. I believe I read that in an article the other day, a couple days ago, that he had a choice and he chose not to be. I don't know. That's a good question. You would think because of where he's at, he'd take an option to get out of jail for a day, or you know what I mean, to be able to go do something different. But I don't know. Unless I don't know something, and Hitler said no, which I could almost imagine.
I'm just talking about all these attorneys. Why are they sitting at home behind a computer screen like us? Like, who do you work for? What department are you with? Who are these people that are fucking making these decisions and talking about this? Like,
well, that idiot there, probably because of the transportation cost and this and that and all that he can't afford to pay. You know, there's that too.
Well, he's in jail and he was a student. He doesn't have any money. What do you like? What's Judge Hitler talking about?
That's what I mean. Why did you
like
agree? Can you say that? No.
Yeah, it's like, dude, you offered up a trade that you couldn't fulfill. You offered up him being able to pay for funeral expenses when you know he couldn't pay for it. It doesn't make it, and now you're getting mad about it.
Yep.
Because it's like, dude, this is not complicated. It's like someone else needs to come in, but I don't know. That's
they need
wild.
to get this out of this court system to a higher court. They need to get this out of there, period, in my opinion, and move forward. If you look at Anne's face, she looks completely and totally like just flat. Okay, and I get it. Welcome, Robert. By the way, I'm sorry there was not the typical opening, you guys, but thank Mama Bear we're here at all, because I thought it was at 1 something today. I missed up the time again.
I completely forgot about it, and then I saw Lana's. I heard her say that she was going to air the hearing, but she does other hearings, so I didn't think anything about it. And I clicked over and I was like, crap. I was like, there you go.
Thought it was at 1:30, and I went and showered, and I was getting things, together, watching different stuff with what I saw with Lana's stuff today, because we were going to discuss some of that stuff from yesterday and all that too. And then boom, and I was like, shit. So I hurried up and loaded it all in, and that's why we jumped directly into that. I wasn't super late with it. I still want to play it all back from beginning to end so we can watch it again, and then we will discuss it fully with the other stuff we're going to discuss as well. So thanks, Mama Bear, for saving us.
You're welcome.
thank you for being here. I'm excited to have you here today. And Dylan, I appreciate you being here as well. And your opinions for real, guys. This is nuts. It's just, I don't know why or if I expected anything more, but I guess as living in reality, I think we all kind of expect things to go a certain way, and they just don't. So not in this case. The expenses have already been paid from the crime victims compensation fund. His restitution, any bit of his restitution will be paid back to the state. They already paid that to the victims' families. That's done. So right now it's just the state's waiting on, which they'll never get, because there's no way, not with the way he's been convicted and what his sentence is, no way in hell.
And did he say, I mean, you'll replay the,
yeah, I'm gonna play it.
Did he say that KOHBERGER had got like 5 figures or something? Did I hear something about 5 figures and money wise?
I think I might have missed it because I was sitting over here yelling at the screen if you didn't see me.
Oh, yeah.
Almost immediately I was yelling. I missed a lot because I was screaming, throwing my hands up in the air like an idiot, but I was pissed. I was pissed.
Diego, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
And I just popped in my head, and then I got to bounce out for a while. But how is it possible for an individual's family to receive restitution already when autopsies and death certificates haven't been provided to anyone?
They've been done. They've been provided to the state, but they haven't been put out to the world here. They've given autopsy results per their way, which is a joke. They've not given us the actual documentation of it, the real one. But that's I don't know, Dylan. I mean, it's a good question, but I know that they've provided them. They provided them to the state and the defense, and the families haven't received everything.
Are you sure?
I mean, I'm imagining. Let me say that way. They should have been at this point. That should have been documented and handled immediately. But
they got the death certificates, but
yeah, they had to have gotten those.
I'm pretty
certain
they haven't, because they're their parents. They're allowed to.
Yeah, they can all go
in Washington State. The parents can have it, but they don't get the autopsy because they were never classified as next of kin.
Right. Yeah.
Because they were all adults.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fine line there, because in
the only reason I ask, the only reason I bring it up, and I'll leave you guys to discuss it. The only reason I ask is I question whether or not there were 4 death certificates or 4 autopsies performed that day or the following days, based on some stuff we've seen. So I would suggest making sure that all autopsies were performed and death certificates were handed out. Should be state record if I know my stuff properly, but I believe
Washington State will not release autopsy results.
What state are we talking about here?
They were done. The autopsies were done in Spokane County, which is Washington State.
They won't release results they won't release the results to the investigators.
They will release it to the coroner.
And you believe that coroner was in the house?
I'm just saying what the rules are. They will release it to the coroner.
So yeah. See, be careful, guys, because if we start following rules at some portions of the case when we know rules haven't been followed at all, then we catch ourselves missing stuff. So any rules, just because Washington doesn't send or won't send whatever, there's no rules here. Washington, this murder happened at the University of Idaho. Everything was tried in whatever. I'm sure the coroner had to send it because they didn't have the right person, blah, blah, blah. That's all smokescreen. Let's see some autopsies and let's see some death certificates.
I can tell you that I have tried to get my niece's autopsy results out of Washington State. You won't get them.
Who gets them?
The coroner gets them.
And then the coroner has to release them to
the coroner releases them to the officers, to the investigators.
So then what? The officers won't give them to you?
No.
No,
why do the officers get them, but you don't get them?
The officers won't get them. They'll get a report of it. They won't get the actual autopsy. That's why they were there, because they know Washington law.
Who knows
Well,
Washington law?
Yeah,
The
we'll look
officers,
into
that's
it.
why they were at the autopsies.
Pain?
Wasn't it
Tolleson, and what's her name?
Wrote
What's the other with the female detective? What was her name?
I forget.
the one that interviewed Molly?
No, not Gooch. The other female detective. She's on a lot of the documents. Not Vargas.
Yeah, it's Vargas.
Yeah, Vargas and Tolleson were two police officers that I know were there. And then Mabbitt and Singh, Dr. Singh, from my understanding, that's who was there
Where?
at the
At
autopsy.
the autopsies.
The main,
And-
all but Ethan's second one.
And all of them happened in the same building by the same people, all four kids?
That's my understanding.
That seems kind of weird.
Well, it's
Remember,
very weird.
Ethan had
There's only one medical examiner in Spokane.
Yeah, Dr. Singh is the only one and she's only ME. And then I thought it was odd that they had all those police officers there with her to do that, but whatever. And then Ethan had a secondary thing done, or autopsy done as well, that I've not seen a report on.
Well,
So-
yeah, because his parents paid for that one. You won't get that either. Again,
Right.
Washington State.
Absolutely.
His parents paid for it and we won't get it?
No,
Why
That's
not?
their
Why
right.
won't they give it to us?
Because
you'll never get the full autopsy. You'll
Yeah,
get
they
a
don't
report
release
of their
that.
findings.
That's
Sure,
the
that
law.
yeah,
That's the law.
understandable. But if the Chapins wanted to show, hey, this is what happened to our kid, they could.
They don't want to, dude. Have you noticed what they're doing? They're not going to show that to us. By any
Uh-uh.
means are they going to show that to us. No way.
And I'm getting to my point.
I know.
Why not?
I know. They'll show it to Othram. not to us.
Yeah,
Right.
Othram will get it, right? All the people that don't think Brian's innocent will get it, right? The point is, it's all covered up, from the Moscow police to how they handle it to the coroner never being in the house. Because again, if you're on the same page as the rest of us, when did a crime happen at King Road? We don't know.
They changed the times. If you guys didn't see that in their reports recently, they said that Mabbitt did not show up to the house with her
To 7:30 or 8 o'clock.
7:30 to 9, and we were told 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So where's that now? Okay. Welcome everybody. Good to see you guys. I'm sorry for the weird intro that we didn't have and all that, but welcome. I'm very grateful to have you all here today. Thank you, Krista, for joining us. Everybody that's here, I will get you guys here in a minute. I promise you. I'm just burnt. My nerves are burnt out right now after this. We're gonna watch it from beginning to end again, and you'll see that this Voldemort looking freak is absolutely 100% in the pocket of the government, folks, and is working for the prosecution. You can call me a conspiracy theorist if you want. I don't care anymore. This man is not a judge. A judge is here to protect a defendant's rights and make sure that they get a fair shake at everything they do. This man did not do this and has not, and is not going to do this anytime soon.
Well,
So
Mama Bear had asked earlier about the 5 figures. You got to remember, that's in 2.5 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's a total of 5 figures. It could be $10,001.
It's
That makes
300.
more sense.
He owes them in total for everything well over $300 and some odd $1,000. That is absolutely fucking insane, you guys. Okay, and they're trying to make a point here. This is not about the money, because they know that Brian can't pay any of this. It's about the principle behind it. Okay,
It's about how much more can we fuck up his rights?
100%, and take whatever we can from him and harm him as much as we can. In all reality, folks, I'm telling you, because I feel strongly about my beliefs, when and if this comes out that Brian is innocent of this is going to be a mess, a big mess, and not one of these people is going to step back and say, "Oh, I was wrong. I'm sorry." Don't ever expect that. But I'm telling you, I'm going to be screaming from the rooftops what fucking assholes they are for what they've done.
I don't think this Truth and
God.
Justice True Crime with Entity, I don't think Hippler's so used to medical malpractice and civil law.
Yes.
He doesn't
believe in
realize that defendants still have rights.
He doesn't care. He doesn't
No,
care.
he doesn't. And it's about money.
And I'm going to tell you, in my opinion, that the FBI and ISP went to this man in my opinion, and had a conversation, and things happened at that point. That's my absolute opinion. Right or wrong, you prove me wrong, then I'll say I was wrong. I have no doubt problems ever saying I'm wrong. You guys know that, but that is what I think happened. It's just like Gabriela Vargas was approached by the FBI and threatened. I think this man was approached by the FBI as well, and something was stated. That's just my opinion. This is not right at all.
Krista, it's just from people putting money on his books.
Yeah.
Whether it be his family or people out in the real world putting money on his books in 2.5 years.
It should be
but
set
anything he got before that plea, they shouldn't be able to count it.
They shouldn't, no.
But Hippler was saying, oh, well, he could make this much money. This isn't fucking child support court, dude.
No, Stuart, there's no way in hell if they find him innocent and prove his innocence. No,
Stuart, he does not.
No. In fact, the state will have to pay him.
Yep.
I hope that oh my God, I hope. I hope that they shut down the city of Moscow over this. Truly.
I'm going to tell you, if people really want to put money on his books, go to the website for the commissary. You can purchase off his list and he'll get it. That way there's no money on his books.
They can't take the money if it's not there, right?
Right. Oh, let's talk about the GoFundMe money.
The Goncalves family made well over $185,000 just with GoFundMe.
Well, actually, I think it's up to $250 now.
Well, I said well over, so yeah. Like I said, they've made a lot. I don't know about the other families.
Yeah, because it hasn't been shut off, right?
No, it's still running.
Yeah.
Which is
that was put together to help.
Is safe, but not safe.
They take a percentage of it.
20% for every dollar for every judgment. There's 4 judgments. So that's a total of 80% on the dollar. That's 80 cents they're taking.
So he gets to keep 20% and hope that that's enough to survive on. How do they do anything they're doing, Krista? They're doing it. They make their own rules. It's sickening. It is ridiculous.
Yeah. No, they never did give it back.
Because the GoFundMe
they
put together was supposed to pay for travel expenses, hotel expenses, food, so on and so forth for the trial. That never happened. Never happened. So where's that money then? Buying a new boat? Going on vacation? They did do that. It's a joke. Anyway, welcome again, you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate each and every one of you guys for being here. It is a form of extortion, in my opinion. I agree with you. Legal extortion. So I'm going to bring this up. We're going to watch this again, beginning to end, and we'll pick it apart.
The whole 12 minutes?
Yeah, there's plenty to tear apart. Oh, he couldn't wait to get out of there. God, he couldn't wait to get out of there. Welcome, Levi Smith. Good to see you. That statement that he made that you guys will see. Well, can you afford to pay the $28,000? Well, of course not, Your Honor. Then why'd you agree to it? You piece of shit. Wow. Okay, sorry. I've been running my mouth nonstop, Mama Bear.
Krista, that's what I said before. You're going to claim he had all this money on this books. Well, show me how much money. I don't care who did it, when they did it. I just want the amount.
Yeah. How much was it truly?
Because
the true amount.
It's listening to Santa there earlier, realizing, I screwed up. For all we know, Ashley Jennings could have missed a decimal, and it's really
I'll take
$101.
Bill with his chart. Yeah, we know you screwed up, Bill. And then he says, "Oh, if that's on me, I'll take responsibility." Yeah, you will. Will you? Why don't you take responsibility for all the other screw up that you did? Piece of shit. Anyway, Mama Bear, any statements? I know I've been talking nonstop. I'm sorry.
Oh no, they're telling you can put money on his books. They're also saying they're going to take 80,000 of that 100,000.
Mama Bear.
No, I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very highly aggravating, this whole thing. But it plays into the rest of it. I guess I didn't have any real expectations, but I think just watching it happen again just kind of twisted me up again. You know what I mean? So we're going to play it back. That way I can sit over here and scream and yell at the computer again. It's weird how people that followed Karen Reed are asking about the restitution when the O'Keefes are doing the same thing, just under civil suit to Karen. I don't know what you mean there. People that followed Karen Reed are asking about the restitution when the O'Keefes are doing it. Same thing. Yeah. I mean, I guess this is different, though, because of the way they're doing it. You know what I mean? Critical. It's highly aggravating. They don't want to make it in. They don't want him to survive. They don't want him to have, hey, Texas. They don't want him to have any issues or any quality of life. I guess I should put it that way. So
I think that's why Bill Thompson threw that book thing in there, because this thing with his sister writing a book where they come to find out it wasn't her at all.
There's no proof. No, right. It's not even true.
It's a fake.
That's what I'm saying.
So they're thinking, oh, she made all this money from writing this book. She's going to put money on his book, so we want it.
That's what this was probably all about. To be honest with you, that's probably where this came from. People got word of that, thinking that's what it was in it. Guess what, folks? Nope. So you got mud on your face now. You can fry that egg up in the pan that you got all over your face because you was wrong. That's exactly what it probably was. Oh, there's gonna be.
And if I was Brian and I was innocent, I wouldn't want movies and books and stuff. I would want to just disappear.
Yes, I agree. I agree with you 100%. I do agree with you.
I don't think Hitler cares whether or not he's innocent. Hitler don't even care.
He doesn't care because no, not at all. He's all about what he's doing. It's not about innocence to him at all. I don't think
and it's like
he did it either.
I think my issue with him came when he said in the one hearing that state law trumps federal law.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Yeah, that's kind of, well, I've had issues with him since probably the third hearing with him. We're going to go back and watch these hearings, you guys, coming up. I promise you that. I want to point out all the bullshit that we were seeing from the beginning, okay? But it really makes sense now that everything has happened, so.
Did you read that, Dago? Yeah, there you go. Put it back up.
One. If the state of Idaho breaks a plea agreement regarding restitution, the defendant can move to withdraw their guilty plea to correct a manifest injustice. Oh, yeah. I would love to see that happen. I think we all would. I think that would blow the internet up right now. I wish to God it would, because the state has violated the agreement, folks. They truly have. Bill admitted to it, which, again, you'll see here shortly. All right, so this real quick here, so everybody's asking questions. Gotta love this one too. For her healing journey, she's on that healing journey. Check it out. $115,237. That's a hell of a healing journey. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying it.
Krista, Idaho has a statute. It's not a law. Like most states have the Son of Sam law, where you can't make money off of death.
Jesus Christ.
Idaho doesn't have that law, but they do have something in their book saying he can't make money. But he doesn't, there's no book deal. There's no movie deal for him. I don't know why he threw that in there. I have a good idea, and I think it's the book that they say his sister wrote, but
yeah, that's exactly what I think it is. And they know that the movie's coming out, and they probably think that he's going to get something out of that.
And watch Anne's face and Bicca's face closely. You just see him getting pissed off at Hitler.
Oh, yeah, that's obvious too. I don't know about that, Moonlit, but I wouldn't doubt it. This is the type of people these people are, so who knows? I wouldn't doubt it. All right. Anyway, I'll quit rambling and put this up. Let's make sure you're seated well, folks, because you're gonna be slamming, banging, kicking, screaming. Here we go.
My question is, the one that wrote the damn document, the one that put it through, where the hell was she? Shushley, where was she?
Oh, I have no idea. I was surprised that she wasn't there, to be honest with you, but I'm kind of glad because it probably would have made me more pissed off.
She was probably in court, with Molly.
Yeah,
That's a good
probably.
point too. More than likely. All right, Voldemort, let's do it.
There's
Welcome,
no
Noni.
sound.
Defense is represented by Ms. Massoff, Ms.
That better?
Taylor, and Ms. Barlow.
Yes,
State is
yes.
represented by Mr. Thompson. This is a time set for a hearing on the state's supplemental request for restitution. The state can argue first.
I will say one thing. I'm glad to see the entire defense team there, and there's only one idiot from the prosecution. So,
Thank you, Your Honor. The attached documentation, it doesn't appear that there's a question about the amounts. I think the question that has been raised is whether the propriety of any additional restitution being ordered at this point. Yesterday afternoon, we did receive a supplemental filing from the defense, and I want to respond to that just for the record before I address the merits of the restitution requests themselves. As we indicated in our response to the defense objection to the additional restitution request, at the time that we entered into the plea agreement, Ms. Jennings and I were under the impression that crime victims compensation could be available to cover reimbursement of travel expenses. And I have to clarify that now. It is true that before trial, the families approached our office asking if there were any resources we were available to pay in advance for travel expenses or expenses related to them attending trial itself. And we looked into that, our staff looked into that and advised them no. It was my understanding, and I'm mistaken, I realized I was mistaken at this point, but it was my understanding back in early July, late June, when we were talking about the plea agreement, that crime victims compensation could be available to reimburse expenses like that. I now know that's not correct, and it was certainly my mistake. I will own it as far as our state of mind going into the plea agreement.
So
that being said,
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'll let you finish the point on the.
Wow. So he can interrupt the defense and just stops to let. Go ahead, Bill. It's okay. It's okay. I got your drinks later. No worries. Piece of shit.
Plea agreement, and I have a question for you about that.
I absolutely would not doubt that, Robert. Using the money to pay for Steve and Olivia's wedding, I would not doubt that, my friend. Good point.
And I was just finishing that point, Your Honor, so this would be a good time.
Okay. So it's pretty well settled that plea agreements are interpreted as contracts, which they are. I think it's pretty well settled contract law that a unilateral mistake does not relieve one of its contractual obligations and restrictions. So how can I how can I order this restitution if the express terms of the plea agreement, though mistaken understanding by the state, don't
Look at Thompson's face. These people, they both smile at some point in this. He's smiling now because he knows he's got this.
Yep.
allow such extra crime victims compensation fund reimbursement.
Your Honor, I recognize that, and that's what I was just getting ready to address. In response to the defense's objection, the state has modified or adjusted our position on the restitution. We are, pursuant to the plea agreement, seeking restitution for the funeral-related expenses, which are the urns that are described in Exhibit 2 to our response. We are not affirmatively advocating for the travel expenses and lodging expenses of the family because we do not believe that we can legally advocate for those. At the same time, the families provided those to us and we want to provide them to the court and counsel just so everybody was aware that they are there, but we are not arguing affirmatively for that because of the wording of the plea agreement itself. So what the state is actually requesting today is just additional restitution for the funeral related expenses, which are the urns for the families.
Okay, thank you. And you can address the other issues as well.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, which other issues?
Well, the issues, if you would like, raised in opposition to your motion, including the lack of ability to pay by.
Do you guys see how much breathing room he's given the prosecution and completely the arrogance that he's displaying? It's absolutely sickening. And for no reason, the ignorance he projects towards the defense. These are professionals, okay? Supposed to be. And he is giving Bill whatever he wants and then some. And as soon as the defense tries to start speaking, he starts the interruption, the ignorance, as always, for no reason. You are the most unprofessional piece of shit I've ever seen in my life, Mr. Hippler. I'm not even going to call you a judge.
Defendant and et cetera.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. The defendant has raised the issue of his alleged inability to pay, and we recognize that he's going to be incarcerated until he dies. But that in and of itself doesn't mean that over the course of the balance of his life, he might become, he might receive assets. And in fact, we attached a breakdown of the types of monies that he has received during his incarceration. We also noted the statute that allows the treasurer to intercept prospective monies that might be received based on any attempted publication of the story of the defendant. And those, if received, would be something that a restitution order could be enforced against. We also note that the language of the statute and the case law interpreting the restitution statute, which is 1953-04, if I believe off the top of my head, talks about current inability to pay is not necessarily a block to the order of restitution. It's just merely a factor for the court to consider. And it is our position, given the relative youth of the defendant, the fact that he has been receiving significant monies during his incarceration already, and that there is a possibility of future monies, whether by virtue of the statute with the treasurer impounding proceeds from a story related to this, or perhaps from.
And there it is. That's exactly what this is about. They believe that there's a book that was written and that there's money that's going to come in and it's going to go to him, and they're trying to jump on it as soon as they can beforehand. This is sick. I'm sorry, but it's sick. It's just gross. It's gross. Go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing with you.
It is. It's just disgusting. That's how eager they are to take anything from this man that they can. Not even having actual facts, knowing this. And, hurry up, get on there so we can get that money. Hurry up. You know what I mean? God.
An inheritance from his family or others. We can't see into the future. We don't have a perfect crystal ball. The state's position is having this additional restitution place, which is really fairly minimal, would be appropriate and have them available that if the defendant comes into assets, that the families would be able to try to satisfy the restitution orders from them.
Thank you.
That's a question I have too, depending on how long this goes down for, okay, and how long it goes on. If something, God forbid, and I don't wish this, I hope, we're to happen to Brian's family, his parents, and they pass on or whatever, as he's, incarcerated and all that, and they leave him something. I don't think the state can attach to that. I don't think, because it's a familial inheritance. I don't think that works that way. And they probably wouldn't anyway. They would probably leave it to his sisters and they would have control of that. But I was just wondering, I was curious how that would work out. I guarantee you they'd try to go after it, but just curious.
And then who's arguing for defense?
I will be, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you. Given that the state has clarified its position that it's only seeking reimbursement for the earns, it's my understanding that that amount is $1,420 for one family, $1,587.79, and then another $167.79, which would be a total, I believe, if my math is right, of $3,075.58. My understanding of reading the Victims Compensation Code 1953-04 is that the court must still do an analysis on Mr. KOHBERGER's ability to pay. And as the state has addressed, we are arguing that he does not have an ability to pay. While there have been lump sums provided to you regarding some funds that he received prior to his plea agreement, what the court does not have is a breakdown of how those funds came into the inmate system for his expenses and the fact that they were primarily family. Certainly his situation pre-plea and sentencing was drastically different than it is right now in terms of money that is available to him. And there's nothing in the record to provide the court with anything other than what is really speculation based on the past, as opposed to something that the court might be able to rely upon about foreseeability. There's no way that Mr. KOHBERGER is ever going to profit from any sort of movie or book, because Idaho Code 1953-01 specifically precludes that.
Well, it allows that money.
There it is. First interruption. He let her get out the important parts, and now he's going to shut everything down. This is what he does.
Monies are swept from his account for those income to pay certain things. If there's no debt for those certain things, then does the money not go then to the defendant?
That is not my reading of the code. Perhaps I'm reading that statute more broadly than the court is.
Learn the law. You're a judge, you stupid ass.
I understood it to be that the purpose is that someone can't then profit off of their crime pursuant to that statute. I guess I need to read it with
even allowing your reading of it. What's to prevent, for example, a family member from agreeing to provide information, be a part of, etc., a story, movie, book, whatever, TV series about the murders, about Mr. KOHBERGER, and that certainly wouldn't be monies they receive wouldn't be subject to the statute, and then they certainly would be free to send Mr. KOHBERGER money to his account. What harm is it to order the restitution, which would then sort of jump in line in terms of priority of payments over some of the other ordered payments, such that if Mr. KOHBERGER does receive money into his accounts from any source, that he's then that those monies are then put to that use. Certainly, we're not worried about Mr. KOHBERGER's credit rating with having debts at this point. I'm not sure what the concern would be to, given the uniqueness of this case and the potential for family members, et cetera, to earn money from it. And potentially we've seen members of the public send money to Mr. Kohberger, is my understanding, to his books. What's the downside to ensuring that the victims are as whole as possible from this by ordering the restitution, which again would jump in line from some of the other court-ordered fines, et cetera. And if the money's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not.
Judge, I don't see that Idaho code or Idaho law asks the court to make an analysis on the downside, but whether or not there is foreseeability of payment. And all of the things that you just listed are pure speculation. There is no book or movie that's in the works by any of his family, and to say that those things are going to happen is absolutely speculative, and there's nothing to substantiate those sorts of assertions happening in the future. So
well, there's a history in the 3 years he was incarcerated of him receiving 5 figures put on his books. Doesn't that give the court some history to suggest that such contributions from whatever? Doesn't that give the court a history in the 3 years he was incarcerated of him receiving 5 figures put on his books? Doesn't that give the court some history to suggest that such contributions from whatever source may continue into the future?
So he received 5 figures on his books in the 3 years he's been. What does that have to do with a book, a movie, or anything else? What if that's just his family? Or
they take like 50,000 and divide it by 3.
Right.
$16,000 a year.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Say again.
That's only like 16,000 a year.
I think it seems like they're pissed off because it seems that they realize that certain public people have sent money to Brian, and they don't want that, you know, in some aspect. You know what I mean? Miss Potts is in the house. Good to see you, dear. That I understand. You know, the court cannot ignore the analysis for whether or not he can pay the money. That's what the analysis is precisely for the court to review. Sure. The thing is the way that he has gone about, that he's going about this, it's just sickening to me.
As I stated earlier, Judge, that was at a different time in the case. That was at a time when, you know, he had not entered a plea. He was not deemed convicted of the crime. The money, a lot of that money was coming from his family to be able to have communications with their son and brother. And to speculate that those kinds of dollars are going to be able to happen for the next many decades is exactly that. It's pure speculation, not based on something that is foreseeable or based in something that's in fact before this court.
Well, it just seems to me that one of the, you know, really, obviously, even application of statute requires the court to look at what might happen into the future. And I guess, you know, it seems to me one of the best indicators of the future is the past. And in the past, his family has, according, you're saying the family was the source of much of these funds, has provided him funds in order for him to communicate, et cetera. That
I'm pretty sure, Miss Potts, or that some of it, I did hear rumors that some came from like Annie Peterson and some other people from his family. I'm not 100%, but that's a good point to FOIA those records. I'd be interested myself. Good point.
necessity
that the
will
other
still
day.
exist going forward.
I don't need to know who sent it. I just need to know how much.
Yeah, I'd be real curious to see the total amount, to be honest with you. Yes. Welcome, Fox. Good to see you. Hitler can't stand it. Massoth knows more about how to do this than. Yep. Amen to that one for sure.
Yep.
Forward, I'm not aware of his family having disowned him at this point and not wanting any contact with him. And even if they are, that doesn't mean that won't change. And you call it speculation. It seems to me that it is good evidence of of what may occur in the future in
Which is speculation, you stupid idiot.
light of what has occurred in the past.
Well, Judge, there is a judgment against him in the amount of $28,000, and certainly 20% of every dollar that goes into his inmate account is going to go towards paying that $28,000. Another factor that the court actually can look at under 1953-04 subsection 7 is other factors, and those factors that other factors that the court deems appropriate, and that can be collateral resources that the families obtained over $200,000, which definitely reimburse the cost of the earns in terms of economic costs.
I also want to turn to the plea agreement, because isn't a reasonable interpretation of the plea agreement that
Here
the
we go.
defendant will not contest the state's seeking of restitution that is outlined in the plea agreement? Otherwise, why would it need to be in the plea agreement? It seems to me it's the plea agreement, a reasonable interpretation is the defendant is agreeing to pay restitution for those items that are identified in the plea agreement, which includes victims' compensation, which includes in this case funeral expenses. So you took advantage of the plea agreement to get the benefit of the bargain regarding the state's dropping of the death penalty. Why should you not be held to the plea agreement to pay the victims the costs of interning their children?
Judge, I believe that our pleading was clear, that we understood that earns fell underneath a funeral cost, but that once we have a hearing on this matter, that doesn't eliminate the court's duty under 1953-04 to do the ability to pay analysis. And that's why.
Well, are you in violation of the plea agreement by arguing that your client shouldn't have to pay those?
We are not in violation of the plea agreement. If there was any violation of the plea agreement that took place, it's the state seeking this when the other expenses, when it was clear under statute and under the Idaho Victims Compensation rules that those were not reimbursable expenses.
But they've effectively withdrawn those requests and are seeking what's outlined in the plea agreement. What's the point of the plea agreement on restitution if the defense
they already did it.
is able to argue against the restitution called for in the plea agreement itself?
Judge, again, in our pleading, we objected to what the state has withdrawn as of this moment at this hearing today.
Right.
We acknowledge that the earns were funeral expenses.
Right.
But once we're in this situation of having a hearing, then this other section about whether or not he has an ability to pay is triggered. We stipulated to $28,000 in restitution within 60 days.
Right.
He met the terms of the plea agreement.
But it also says the state may seek restitution regarding funeral expenses, and they're simply identifying additional funeral expenses.
I don't know what more you want me to say about the earns other than
what's the point of the plea agreement if you're not going to be bound by it?
I agreed that it was $3,075.58.
But you say you shouldn't have to pay it.
What I said was that the court needs to do the analysis under Idaho code about his ability to pay.
Why hasn't the defendant waived his right to rely on that ability to pay by agreeing to those expenses as part of the plea agreement?
I don't know how the court can enter this order today without engaging in the analysis under Idaho code because it's required. That's the way I review the case law and the code, that once there's a hearing about restitution, then the court has to engage in the analysis on the ability to pay.
So the agreement to pay is illusory.
No, he agreed to $28,000. We've agreed that earns fall underneath.
Does he have the ability to pay that?
No, he does not have the ability.
So why did you agree to it?
Because it was
Oh my God. This man is a joke. That's a point. That's a point. I think that's why he doesn't like her, because she knows more about the law and is better at her job than he is.
A specific, we were provided with those receipts within 60 days. We were not provided with the receipt for the earns within 60 days.
So is your objection then a timeliness objection?
We did raise a timeliness objection in our pleading. I have thought about that and whether or not I think that it is a really valid argument to say that that's completely jurisdictional. I didn't to mean that the court can't take this under the review at this point in time. I didn't read the judgment language in such a strict fashion that I felt like we could say 61 days means the court's not going to rely on, not going to consider it at all. So it is past your 60-day deadline, but I don't know that that is completely jurisdictional in the way that you drafted your judgment.
Anything else?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson, any rebuttal?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll take the matter under advisement, issue an opinion in due course.
Now that I liked, because she knows she shut him down right there. Watch her face right when he goes to say that ending. When he says that last piece. Watch.
Anything else?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson, any rebuttal?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll take the matter under advisement, issue an opinion in due course.
She knows she got him. God, what a piece of shit. Literally, what a piece of shit. I never in my life imagined that I would be calling out a judge the way I have with him, but I can't. I can't not do it. He is disgusting. And he's going to take it under advisement, and he's not going to do anything. Nothing at all. In fact, he won't. Like I said, he doesn't take anything under advisement. He's made his mind up before he gets there, period. We already know that with him. It's a joke. Great to see him, Ms. Potts. Thank you for joining us. His job is to do the analysis on whether or not it can be paid. They ask for the earns money after the 60 days. It's the state who violated the plea by filing this after 60 days. Facts. Because they think they can get away with everything. Well, and they do. They do get away with it. I think that the state thought, oh, well, we got him in our pocket. It's no big deal. He'll let it go through. This and that. They're not going to say nothing. It's over, blah, blah, blah. No, they're continuously fighting this bullshit because they know it's bullshit. And good for them. Good for them. I hope to God that somebody calls him out finally and at some point and gets him for what he's done. This guy is not a judge, in my opinion. This guy's a criminal. How do you have additional funeral expenses, considering I have never seen an actual funeral as anyone? No, but for the earns. And they knew, the state knew that they had a time constraint on this. They didn't care because they know that he'll let them get away with whatever. They've gotten away with everything they've ever wanted to with this case thus far. And again, we'll continue. Somebody needs to step in on this, folks, truly, and do something, in my opinion. That's exactly what it's come out to look like. I'll tell you that much. It seems to be like he's gotten, yeah, it makes you wonder, Stuart. It truly makes you wonder. Let's see. It's been 3 years. Shouldn't all the funeral expenses have been paid? I would imagine, and maybe they were. I think what it is that the state paid what they paid, and now they're trying to recover that per se. It's the principle of it, though. They don't want BRYAN to have anything. They just don't. That's why Hippler asked her about timely filing, because the state didn't file it timely, and she explains that they did file. Yeah, Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Like I said, the state thinks they can get away with whatever they want. Anyway, excuse me, ladies, hold the show for me. I'll be right back. Please discuss things at your own. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Hello, typically. Let's see. Did I miss anybody? Meg's in the house. I am me. Good to see you. Kim Young, welcome to you. Critical's in the house. Now, you know the families will never come out on social media looking for the truth as long as there's a bad guy in prison. Oh, yeah. I can agree with that. Marty Fodrell, welcome. Good to see you. A lot of issues. Jen Seven's in the house. Good to see you today. Meg is in the house. Stacy Glandon, welcome. Yeah, they're supposed to be, yes. By the way, the link is pinned in the top of the chat. If anybody wants to join Mama Bear and Tomboy and myself up here, please do. Pappy Man, good to see you, brother. Miss Krista's in the house. Let me see. Of course, Miss Potts, good to see you. Smitty, welcome. Moonlit, welcome back to you. Beach Babe, good to see you today. Stuart Jones, wonderful to have you. Miss Rowe, Big Red. I think I'm getting everybody. Fox Rooter, Miss Tandy's in the house, probably on lunch break. Great to have you here, Miss Tandy. And of course, we're lucky enough to be joined by Mama Bear today and Tomboy up here with us. Make sure I'm not missing anybody. Let me look at the bottom down here. Samira, that'll be great to see you. I am me. Ken Corbett, welcome, my friend. Senor Wazowski, what's up, brother? Good to see you. All right, I think I got everybody so far. It looks like we have 82 peeps in the house with 58 likes, guys. Let's see if we can make that match. In Stitch is good to see you. Miss Leah's in the house. Thank you for joining us, typically. Uh-oh. I hope you guys feel better. That sucks. Yuck. The flu is not fun. Sounds good. I'm looking forward to it, typically. Okay, moving on. So they're in here arguing over $3,000, which I think is insane to me. But again, they're just doing what they're doing to try to prove their point. Are you two still here? Yeah, I agree. But my understanding is that the Innocence Project has kind of stalled out because of their funding right now. So they're not doing much, which kind of sucks. But I don't know. We shall see. Here's the average cremation by state. Oh, yeah. I think one of our moderators here, her family owns a funeral homes. So we've kind of had a little insight into what the cost is for certain things. I'm telling you, I think that this is the state trying to kiss the family's asses for taking the plea deal. That's just an opinion I have from what I've seen. It's kind of probably not true, but could be. Canadian Cat Lady, there she is. Good to see you. Cremation can be as little as 800. My gut tells me that their cremation funerals were more likely donated. I heard that happened. That the funerals were paid for from. I heard that the state of Idaho covered those. Now I don't know if that's true or not. Okay, I don't know that, but
I wonder if the U of I.
That's what I heard. The state or the college covered that cost, but I don't know. Welcome, Hemisphere. Good to see you too, my friend.
She can ask for him to recuse himself. Whether he does or not, that's his choice.
I think that's why she won't, because he knows, everybody knows, just like with what happened in Delphi, when they tried to have Gull recuse herself and she said, ain't no way in hell that I'm stepping away from this. They took her to the Supreme Court and they were denied. So I think they know that he won't. I think the G's feel like the state doesn't believe some of these victims are actually victims. Hence the victims' compensation fund not being able to cover their funeral costs. That's interesting. Hey, KP, what's up? Not as of yet. We're going to do that coming up here soon, KP. We got a bunch of stuff to cover now. I just wanted to go through this first. That's a good point, Annie. I think the G's feel like the state doesn't believe that some of these victims are actually victims. Hence, the Victims' Compensation Fund not being able to cover their... That's a good point. That is an interesting point. Very interesting point. Thank you, Miss Annie. Always appreciate your input. You're welcome to join us if you can.
I think it's rather interesting that they're not... They're only arguing for the urns. They weren't arguing for funeral expenses.
Right. They're claiming that under funeral expenses, but yeah, how is it that the Chapins and the Kernodals got victim compensation, but the G's and the Mogan families didn't? Thank you. That's what my question was going to be. Welcome, RC3.
They did.
They didn't?
They did. These two are asking for more.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah, she already said 28,000 went for funerals and expenses, and remember that was split up oddly between the four families.
Well, and that's another. Yeah, that was
Kara
another.
Kara and Ben got $2,500.
Yeah, so they're asking. Meg said yes.
The other two families got more.
And that was my question.
Now they want even more.
That's what I was saying. That was my question to that. Was that like how are they not all getting the same amount? Okay, that was another thing I had an issue with, because it's like you're putting a price on specific heads. That's not, or specific lives. That didn't make sense to me. So okay, I do remember that you guys talking about that before. So they're asking for more now. And how do you justify the more? There's no justification there. Explain that part of it. Is it because you got the most expensive possible urn you could, as compared to that's? I'm not saying that, but you know what I mean.
I want to say on their Facebook page, they said that a family friend or something had those urns special ordered, and they broke the top to one of them, and that top alone was $1,300.
But that's not Brian KOHBERGER's problem.
No,
no. Sorry.
Exactly. That's not his fault.
But
if you guys didn't pay for those urns, why are you asking him to pay for them?
That's what I'm saying. You can't put that out there. I mean, legally, I'm saying you cannot justify that as the defendant's issue. You know what I mean?
The G's need to pay for little G's wedding and to go to Hawaii.
That's exactly what I think is going. A lot of this money is probably going towards. But so does the order become null and void if something should happen to Brian while in prison? Yeah.
Yes.
That's obviously not what we want to happen. And it becomes null and void if they were to prove Brian's innocence at some point too. Now, here's my other question. If it comes to play and it comes to the table that they prove somehow that there's 2 other people that were involved in this along with Brian, we'll just say it that way, even though I don't believe that, and they can prove those people's guilt, do they then get added to that? Do they incur that cost as well with all of that, or did they just solely leave it on Brian?
See, somebody asked a question. Okay.
Welcome, Kiki.
These parents were considered victims, correct?
Yes.
And then one of them 2 judges said Dylan and Bethany were considered victims of the robbery.
Triple J.
Okay, so why didn't they get compensated from that compensation fund?
That's a good point. That is a good point. I watched that one too, Jen. I watched a couple of them. But that is a good point. Yeah, I don't think she does either, Red. I don't. And it seems to be that the more that we see, yeah, they have been doing that. It's sad. Oh, Annie said they did.
They weren't listed. It just went to the 4 families. The G's.
Laramie's?
Yeah, I always want to say Lemony.
Laramie, Karen Laramie and her husband. You're right. Welcome, McGran.
Ben and then Kara.
Ben Mogan and then Kara Carnodal. Yeah. Kara Northington. I'm sorry. I always forget her name is different. Red said it's in a separate doc. They go, okay.
Well, how much did they get?
I don't know. I missed that. I didn't get to see some of that stuff. Dylan and Bethany were paid privately and did not sue for more. Well, I just proved Dylan doesn't have to. She's got $115,000 coming to her from a GoFundMe.
They were paid privately by who? Not the victims' compensation fund?
That's a good question. Oh, the Idaho Victims Compensation Fund paid Dylan and Bethany. Okay. But isn't that the same organization that paid the families too, Annie?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. But it was what she probably meant is it's separate from the families. Like a separate situation from the families that's how I'm taking it, I guess. So all this money that they're trying to take from him at this point is going to go back to the state. It's not going to go to the families at this point, you guys. They've already all the victims have all been paid. And Annie said, yes, thank you. Okay. That's what I thought. Gotcha. No, it's okay, Jen. I get it. I understand completely. I appreciate it. Senior Wazowski, VCF, the direct victims of violent crimes, family members of homicide victims, guardians of child victims, and witnesses who suffer psychological trauma. There you go. So I'm just curious. Do we know like the exact amounts that Dylan and Bethany were paid?
Somebody said no, it's being hidden or redacted.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Not to mention what I just mentioned that Dylan got for the GoFundMe, that we don't know that Bethany hasn't gotten that, but she got 150. She got 150K. She didn't need to sue.
Maybe.
Well, we know how Bethany paid for her wedding. We know how Bethany paid for her wedding then. Wow. How is that private? Well, I get that to some extent, Krista, but at the same time, when this is in the public eye, you guys put it out to the world. We didn't ask for it. You gave it to us. So therefore it should be shown, I think. Welcome, Redacted. Good to see you today, dear. I don't know that I even want to see him, Meg. I'm disgusted. So we're gonna be reviewing her new 2-hour interview. I know you, and I want to break it down. I know Lana did that. I want to review it and break it down because there's some things in there. There's a lot of things I've been learning over the past couple of days that I haven't been here. By the way, I'm sorry I wasn't here yesterday, everybody. Missed everybody that's here. Thank you for joining us. Had a lot going on, dealing with different things. Terry Martin's in the house. Good to see you. I thought all these kids suffered from. Did Hunter Johnson get paid something too? You don't better than you. You don't have to ask me, Annie. You know better than that. Of course you can. We would love to have you.
Why you gotta ask?
Yeah, you ain't gotta ask me. Just bring yourself, please do.
You might get repacted.
But don't start. Don't start. We don't want to talk about blood tains or being repacted. Good Lord. Moonbreaker, good to see you. Triple B's in the house. Becky, great to see you. This whole today in court is to keep us distracted, in my opinion, because of the docs and interviews coming out. They want to make us. They've been doing that, Becky. Good point. Absolutely, Miss Annie.
No, I'm not taking a bath. If I actually got in the bathtub, I'd have to go clean it out first. That's where my extra clothes
That's a fish
lay.
tank, everybody, in the background for you ask. So
Yeah, that is no, it's the turtle tank.
Oh, turtle.
Yeah, we got rid of the fish tank.
Oh yeah, this interview, this is a joke. I'm so pissed off about this. Mr. Frodo himself put out a new interview, not an interview, but a whatever the frick he does, talking about the Idaho victims being disrespected by the Lifetime actors. Do you know how ignorant this is? Olivia has attacked the actress that's playing her sister, saying because the girl was doing some kind of dance. They've all done some kind of dancing and stuff like this. These are actors doing their jobs. They were not involved in the crime. They're not being disrespectful, in my opinion. They're just doing what they do. That is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life, you guys. So I'm sorry if you agree with that, but I don't. I just don't. Truth Seeker, welcome. Great to see you. Lisa Hawkins, welcome back to you. Witchy's great to see you as well. Carolyn Prestage, thank you so much. And yes, Miss Potts did an amazing job about the sheath again. I'm starting to think something here, Miss Annie, because she sure as hell has turned into quite the ignorant ass person. She's like beyond, she's gone above and beyond in this situation that she should have. Okay, I've never seen anybody react the way she does. I get that you're angry. I feel for you and your loss with every bit of my heart. I truly do, you guys. I truly do. Okay. You've taken this to a whole different level that I've never seen anybody act like before. I've been fighting with them because in TikTok, they're bullying the actresses and the actors. Truly, they are. Here, while we're waiting, Annie's going to join us here shortly, and some other. Let's go ahead and let's check that out. Meg threw that in here for us to review. Please bear with it because it's Frodo himself. It's really, really hard to deal with, but this is interesting. The way he approaches this. Watch this.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Thank you for being back. Check it out. My apology.
I knew that there was a Lifetime movie that was being made about the Idaho.
Yeah, and that's truly, folks, she's making threats and threatening her career. Okay. You don't do that. You don't have that right. You have a huge loss in your life. That's true. You don't have the right. These people, they didn't ask to do this. Okay. They didn't ask for the murders to happen. They didn't ask for you to lose your loved one. They're doing their job, period. And you're threatening her career and her as a person because of that. You need to stop and you need to grow up. I feel for you. I truly do. Like I said, with every ounce of my heart, I feel for what you've gone through and what you're still going through. This is not the answer to getting closure and however you want to put it, but it's sickening. Very good point, Annie.
Murders, which, like, I'm not a big fan, truthfully, of those kinds of Lifetime movies. I never watched the Gabby Petito one.
The Gabby Petito one was sickening. That's why they didn't do it right. I get it, but he watches these. He's a liar.
But what's particularly disturbing about this Lifetime situation is there are videos on TikTok of the actors in the Lifetime movie. It appears that as they are filming the movie right now, in between scenes, while they are still in their like costumes, like the young woman playing Kaylee Gonzalez, the guy playing Bryan Kohberger. I mean, you can clearly see he's dressed like Bryan Kohberger. So they appear to be in between scenes. And
exactly, Annie. And see, that's the thing, is everybody's allowing her to do what she's doing because of what she's been through. And she just keeps stepping up higher and higher and higher. And now she thinks she's the Dawn. She's up here somewhere, and that she deserves nothing but absolution and respect. You're going to get knocked down a few pegs, kiddo. Just letting you know. It's going to happen. It's coming. Just wait.
And they're like doing dances and TikTok videos to like Britney Spears songs and stuff. And I'm not going to post the videos here. It appears some of them have been taken down and are no longer on TikTok because there was some backlash and a lot of comments. But it just seemed real.
The actresses and actors are being bullied is what it is. That's why they took them down.
Really insensitive. Didn't seem really insensitive. It is really insensitive. You're taping a movie about the murders of 4 innocent college kids, and you're acting in this movie. You know, you're playing Kaylee Gonzalez, you're playing Bryan Kohberger. Like, it just seems so disrespectful.
Okay, so when they make a movie about Martin Luther King Jr. being killed, the actors are not allowed to be human in between takes. They're not allowed to live their life in between takes. When they make a movie about JFK being assassinated and somebody's playing JFK, he can't be human and take a break in between shots and be normal. That's what they're saying. How many movies have we seen that have been made about people that have been assassinated or killed? And the actors are supposed to be solemn and just blah and miserable in between the takes. This is an unbelievable that these things are happening. It's just ridiculous. Get over yourself.
To be making TikTok dance videos in between scenes while you're still in costume.
And I'll be honest with you, nobody seems to have caught it but me yesterday when I was watching the one video that Haley, the actress playing Kaylee, did. She was doing a reenactment of something Kaylee did, wearing the same outfit where she bent down and did the kiss thing. I have the video of Kaylee doing that. That's all she did. And Olivia attacked her, and so did multiple other people. It was a reenactment of a TikTok that Kaylee did. Is she being disrespectful, or is she in character doing something for her job? Once again, get over yourself.
And I know that the families of the Idaho victims are not happy about this, obviously.
Oh, big time, Annie. He made that statement clear when he's talking to last time he talked to Olivia. Well, I just went to dinner with your parents. I bet you did, buddy.
They are hurt by it. They would like an apology. I'm going to talk to Gabby Petito's mom, Nicole, about this because she has a really interesting perspective, and I'm going to have
Haley, I can't think of her last name, but the actress that's playing Kaylee, she did the reenactment. It was almost to the T of the TikTok that Kaylee did, where she was dancing a little bit and she bent down and blew the kiss. I've seen it, guys. I played it before. It was the actress playing her. That's all it was. So, and then they did some other things, I guess I haven't seen, but again, still between takes, they're not doing it in the movie. They're not making fun of, or what's the word I'm looking for? They're not disrespecting them. Okay. Period. They're not not in my opinion. I mean, it's just, it's sickening.
Her interview coming up here in a minute. Her perspective is interesting because they also made a Lifetime movie about Gabby Petito.
There you go,
and she did not approve of that. They never asked the Petito family if that was okay or if they had any input.
They don't have to do that, you guys. They don't have to ask the families of the victims to make a movie about the story. That's just a fact. I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that. I'm not saying that they shouldn't. I refuse to watch Gabby's movie too because I truly was into that case. I covered it. I feel for her and her family. but they don't have to. I looked that up. They don't have to ask them permission. They probably should in some of these cases to out of respect, but they don't. So just saying.
They didn't even ever call the Petito family, Gabby's mom says. So you're going to hear from her in a second. They also never asked, from what I know, any of the Idaho victims
yesterday.
either.
She does,
But
Meg.
first,
She
I want to
looked more
play
like
for you.
that.
This is Kaylee Gonzalez, of course, one of the Idaho victims. This is her sister, Olivia, reacting to these actors.
Now watch this and clearly listen, because you'll hear it. This is clearly a threat, folks. Absolute.
In the Lifetime movies, videos where they're dancing around during the shoot. This is Olivia's reaction. This is what she posted on TikTok.
Hi, so that's not iconic.
That's his opinion, Angie, but he's also pushing a narrative purposely for a specific reason. Understand that is what I'm saying.
My sister, Kaylee Jade Gonzalez, isn't a character. You're young, so maybe you don't know. But I've looked at the past stuff you've done, and I think you know. There is such a thing as defamation, which can...
I want to clarify, this is not defamation of character. I looked it up last night. Not even close to defamation of character, so you guys understand.
be crushing to a career. Not that you really have one, but if you'd like one, maybe you should just think about it. Maybe you should just think about if Kaylee was your sister. Maybe you should just think about what you put out into the world, like dancing around in between scenes. Maybe you should think about the projects that you take on. Maybe you should think that if you lay with dogs, you might get fleas. So, yeah, maybe you should just think. You look like you might be capable of it.
So I talked to Olivia.
That was gross. That was just gross. I'm sorry, but that's sickening the way that you can see what she's portraying. I'm sorry. And it's just wrong. It's not the right way to do it.
Ew.
Yeah, right. Ew is the word. It's right. It's gross. Why should we not be worried about Brian's family? Let me ask you that question. Did they do anything? Even if Bryan Kohberger did commit the crime, Angie, did his family do anything? Did they? Because I'm pretty sure they didn't commit any crimes. I'm pretty sure that they didn't raise Brian and tell him, we need you to become a murderer. No, they didn't. So why would you not worry about what they're going through? His mother's having health issues because of this. His sisters lost their jobs. They've been threatened. They've been attacked. So why should nobody worry about Bryan Kohberger's family? Because they did nothing. The fact that you make that statement kind of worries me. That's not good human character. I'll just put it that way. I'm not talking down about you. I'm just saying people should be worried about his family. They're going through a lot too. They just lost their son, probably for the rest of his life. And there's nothing you can do about it. That's a lot to go through, a whole lot. So that's why people are worried about his family as much as we're worried about the victims' families, because we always have been. What they're doing, though, is not the way to do this. It's really sad that people don't see that. So empathy is a real thing, folks. There's nothing wrong with having it. Human is human, folks. That's why we're here. We have to support each other. Period. Just saying.
Olivia and obviously asked her for her permission to post that video of her from her TikTok. But also, I mean, she's just not happy about this. The Gonzalez's are not happy about this. And you can understand why. First of all, the fact that there's this movie coming out, it's so fresh. I mean, the plea deal just happened months ago. You know, this isn't like years old. So first of all, even just the movie coming out. And then also the fact that the actors are dancing around in these videos in between what appears to be them shooting scenes.
Did you hear what you just said, Frodo? in in between them shooting scenes. They didn't commit the crime. They were not affected by the crime. They're young actors and actresses. They're living their lives, taking whatever jobs they can get. This is their career. They're not doing it. They're not sitting here going, I'm making fun of the victims in the Idaho 4. I don't no. This is insane to me.
So I want to go to my interview now with Gabby Petito's mom, Nicole Schmidt. Again, she's really like the perfect person to talk to about all this because she's been through this. They did a Gabby Petito Lifetime movie. She wasn't happy about it. She thought it was insensitive, and she's really ticked off about this latest development with what these actors.
And I kind of understand, Nick. I'm responding to the night they arrested him. You still don't think that when they arrested him, his family should have been worried about? Is that what you mean? Because that's a lot for them to go through that night, too. To have your windows and doors kicked in, not having a clue what the hell's going on. And if that's what you're saying, if I'm misunderstanding it, please correct me. Because I do want to understand. That's just who I am. But I think his family should be left alone. Okay, so then you are on the same page that I am. I got you. So I misunderstood you, and my deepest apologies for that. I took it in a different way. I'm sorry, and I have no problem admitting that. Thank you. Yeah, they had to pay for all of that themselves and clean it all up. Michael Kohberger, I saw a video of him standing outside cleaning up glass the next morning. That's not their fault, but that should be paid for by the state, in my opinion. That's all my opinion is. But anyway, on we go.
Are doing as they shoot this current Idaho Lifetime movie. I'm joined now by Nicole Schmidt, of course, Gabby Petito's mom, who has a very interesting perspective on this topic with...
Libya's married to, I believe her husband works for Paramount. What's the other P1, Mama Bear?
Peacock.
Yeah, Paramount or Peacock. Yeah, he's a producer for them. Terry, that's all I know. Not movies, but just the network. Sorry.
Everything that she's been through and her family's been through, and they actually did a Lifetime movie on Gabby's story, which I never saw, but I remember when it came out. First of all, Nicole, I sent you some of the videos off of TikTok. Like, what was your reaction?
My blood is boiling.
You people talking bullshit about the victim's family. In what way is it insane, Angie? All I'm doing is reacting to the things they're doing. I'm not talking bullshit on them. Again, I've said it thousands of times. We all have that. We all feel for what they've been through, so on and so forth. But there's a way to do things and a way not to do things, and I believe that they're doing it. They're doing things in a negative way that is not productive. That's all we're saying. So that's our opinion, as you had yours. I respect that.
Boiling a little bit. Sorry. So Lifetime has really gone too far this time. I thought it was too far with Gabby, but it's getting worse. And these so-called, I quote, actors, the immaturity and the disgusting behavior when they're supposed to be portraying these young, beautiful lives that were taken by a disgusting murderer. It's gross to see them dancing and having a good time and having fun. I'm not saying they can't have a good time and have fun, but you're on TikTok in public and you're making a mockery out of something that these families went through, and it's hurtful and it's painful. The fact that Lifetime's already making it is gross, but now you have the actors completely making I have no words, honestly. It's really hard to talk about.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, don't they do some kind of, I get that they're young actors, but don't they do some kind of training with them before, like a meeting, before we start filming, let's all sit down and talk about that this is real life?
Well, I think Lifetime needs that. First off, they need to learn empathy and maybe talking to the families first to see if it's okay that they make a movie. I know they don't have to technically by law, but it's pretty gross that they do this in the first place. But sitting these kids down and saying, listen, this is a serious matter. We're making a movie about something that's very painful for families. Please do not publicly post things that are going to hurt the families even more. I saw the sister, I don't like to use anybody's name. I don't want to throw anybody out there, but she's really upset about it. And I'm friends with one of the moms, and she's just like me. It's better to ignore it. We don't want to draw attention to it. I just hope that people don't watch it. A lot of people said they didn't watch Gabby's, and that makes me very happy. We can't draw any attention to this, but we need to let them know that they made a huge mistake. It's pretty gross what they're doing.
When they did the story about Gabby or the movie about Gabby, did they reach out to you?
No, they did not.
Not at all?
Nope. They did not tell us they were making a scripted movie. And when I found out about it, I was like, how can they do this? They can't possibly do this, right? They're not allowed to do it, but they can. So yeah, it's just gross. They had to make most of it up. I mean, nobody knows what happened except for Gabby and Bryan.
Good point, AR. Very good point. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for joining us.
And I can't even imagine what they're going to do with this story. These poor kids. I can't even imagine how they would even put that out as a movie. That's not entertainment. So yeah, I'm grossed out by it. Really sickened. Yeah. Again, I'm having trouble finding words because I'm really angry about it.
Yeah, no, and it does seem, I mean, the plea deal just happened a couple of months ago. It does seem kind of just insensitive. Like I could see a few years later maybe, but the story's still unfolding. It's still so raw. Yeah,
They don't care. They don't care. They want to jump on something that's going to make them a few bucks, and they just could care less about the families, the victims. I mean, they'll come out and say they do, and they'll say they tried to portray it as some kind of lesson, like they did with Gabby. They said it was going to be about domestic violence, but in the end, it was just for entertainment purposes. So
I guess I always thought that when a movie was made, like before I met you and before I really did a lot of crime reporting, I always thought like the families were consulted, or like someone from the family was on the set, even like kind of, you know what I mean? Making sure that it was like real feeling, or that, the person was really acting like the person they were portraying. I didn't realize they just sort of do their own thing.
Yeah, they just fill in the blanks with script. They make things up. And
see, that's something I agree with. You shouldn't put a story out like that without having all the facts and all the right info, because it leads people to believe something that may not be true. Okay, for instance, with this, that they're going to portray Bryan in every negative way they can in this movie, because that's all the information they have on him. So there's that. But I do agree with that you shouldn't make movies, write books until they're, like many people wrote books on this before there was even a verdict or a conviction or anything. So I don't think that should happen. That's just my opinion. But that does happen. I do agree with that part of it. Welcome, Miss Pot. How are you today?
Hello, Miss Amy.
Oh, well, hello. How are you?
Wonderful. How are you? Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Always appreciate it.
That echoes wild. Is that me?
No, it's because I had a video up on screen. It should be gone now.
Oh, okay. I'll mute. No worries.
No. It's not you. It's whenever we're watching a video, I can't figure out why it does it. It will echo when we talk. If I take it down, the echo goes away. And I've changed my browser and all that. I can't figure out why. But anyway.
Oh, well, no worries. Continue playing. I'm going to mute, and I'll be right back.
Okay. I'll run this out, and then when we're done, we can discuss it. Absolutely. Again, I'm grateful to have you here.
I couldn't imagine even being on that side of it and thinking that this is okay, that I can make a movie about this story. I just don't understand any of it. They forget that it's real people, and then people watch these movies as entertainment, and they forget that it's real people that are suffering behind the scenes, and it's not fair. So, I mean, if the family was consulted and later on, like you said, maybe in a few years down the line, and they wanted to put a story out, that's should be their decision, not Lifetime's.
Did you watch the Lifetime one about you, about your family? It's so weird to say that, but
I
yeah.
did not at first, but then we did a podcast called Real Victims, and we kind of watched it so we could comment on it. And I laughed a lot of the way through it. It was just so ridiculous, so sensationalized. They did this. They wanted it to be about domestic violence, but it's just your typical like societal belief of what domestic violence is, and they really just didn't get anything right, other than maybe the van. The van looked pretty close to the real one, but the acting and the storyline was awful.
Was there someone who like played you even?
Yes, yes. we all had an actor playing us. It was very strange. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I never. It's funny. People are always like, "Oh, did you see that? Or did you see like this new show that came out about Koberger or Gabby's story or any of the ones that I covered?" And I don't know why. I honestly never. Even some of the like the Netflix things. I think just because I covered it so extensively and I know you guys, it just I never really feel the desire to. It's like I know the real story or what we know of it. Like you know what I mean? I don't. I guess my interest is never really there.
Yeah, it makes sense because, you know, you're a journalist with a heart and you care about the families that you're reporting on and you know the story. Why would you take the time out of your day to watch this ridiculous movie? So yeah, I'm very angry about it. I know I don't voice my anger a lot about certain things because I don't want to bring attention to it, but this is just going way too far. And these kids, I don't know if they're kids. I don't know how old they are. These actors, but they need to have a little empathy for these families, and I think an apology is absolutely in order. You know, I really think so.
Yeah, I kind of struggled with it. At first, when I saw the videos, I felt like anger, and then I thought like, well, they do look young, like,
Right.
but they're getting paid, and they're obviously
Yeah.
adults, and if you're gonna play the character in a movie like you know with the big like A-list stars, you see interviews with them where they really try to get in character and they meet with the families and they're so respectful of like the stories, but to be doing those TikTok dances, I mean it really is crazy.
Yeah. The young woman who played Rose in the Lifetime movie that was done on Gabby, she did a TikTok as well. One of them was like, I have to make myself look like I have acne. And I mean, she just humiliated Rose. Like, how can you do that to a real person? I think sometimes they don't realize that this was a real story. Like, this was a real tragedy and people get hurt. And, you know, Rose took that. It was hurtful to her. And never ever did she come out and apologize, or I don't even know if she took them down. I haven't looked to see if they're still up, but I know these kids took some of their videos down. They were probably told to, but they should have been talked to beforehand about the whole situation.
Yeah, and I didn't show the videos in this episode just because I didn't really want to spread them around, but the one where I mean it's like literally the person who's playing Bryan Kohberger, it looks like Bryan, you know, in the outfit, like dancing to a Britney Spears song. It's like, how did you not think to yourself, wait a minute, you know what I mean?
Yeah, this doesn't look very good, you know. I mean, they're old enough. I don't care if they're teenagers, they're old enough to know right and wrong, and that's a horrible thing to do. You know, I will never speak the name of the murderer. I will always remind people to say the names of the victims and keep them, remember them. And if they were doing like videos saying, we're so proud to be playing these kids and, you know,
That's not true, Angie. That was a rumor actually created by this idiot right here, along with many other rumors that he created. So it has been proven to not be true.
We take this very seriously. It would have been a little different, but the dancing and having fun, it looks really bad.
With the Lifetime movie about your story, did they put like your foundation at the end or anything like that?
I'm trying to remember. I think they put up the domestic violence hotline at the very end.
Okay.
You know, the biggest thing was like, you know what? They could have made a fictional movie about the story, a van life traveling, getting murdered by her boyfriend, and they could have done that. They called it the Gabby Petito story. They like took her name and used it and made a fictional story. I'm sure they're going to do the same thing here. I don't know what the title is yet. Hopefully, they don't use the murderer's name in the title. That would be even more disrespectful. But I just hope nobody watches it. I really do.
So are people like, I know with reporting and, you can use Gabby's name if you're doing a story about, like a journalism stuff, but are people allowed to use Gabby's name, like that are making movies and TV shows?
And that also, just because they're in court doesn't mean that they believe he's guilty either, Angie.
Shows and stuff without your permission?
I mean, Angie, you click the link, right? Does Angie?
Yeah, you're welcome to join us up here, Angie, if you want to come up here and speak on it. Please do. It's wide open to everybody. Please feel free. Welcome, Jay.
Public figures, which
no, she'd rather ram your chat
because her name is so well known.
It happens. It's okay. Everybody does it.
Even we are at this point. If you're considered a public figure, nobody can really do anything. Somebody can take Brian Enton and make a movie about you. So they can, just because you're a public figure. So it's really unfortunate. I'm wondering if there's ways we can change that. Maybe get together with some other families who've been hurt by these things and change a law that they need permission to do it. I mean, that would be great.
Well, that's your opinion. So be it.
Do you get contacted a lot are there people that you, like, how do you decide are there movie studios that reach out, and does that sort of stuff happen?
Very few people have reached out and said, we just want to know if it's okay that we talk about Gabby or the story. I always say yes when they do that, because I think if they're doing it for a good reason, if it's for a show that might teach.
Yes, ma'am.
So I was just reading comments. Angie says she's in the legal profession. That's super interesting. If she's in the legal profession, I wonder if she's read any of the latest documents from the state where they concede there's another man's DNA mixed with the victim DNA on the back of the sheet, and that male was never identified or pursued, and it's not KOHBERGER. I wonder if she's read those documents from the state yet.
In the legal field,
apparently not.
Yeah, you would think. Being in the legal profession, you would think you would if you're going to make statements like that. I mean, that's my opinion, but I'm pretty well versed on this case, and I don't have a legal degree by any means. We do have people in here that do, though, guys. We have people that are attorneys that come in here. We have people that come in here that are paralegals and so on and so forth. So it is what it is. Welcome, SRB. Good to see you. I don't think it's illegal. You don't think what's illegal?
I mean, it's just interesting to me that certain people will come into other people's chats. They'll run their mouths, right? They've never actually read the documents. They're only going by what their little black box told them, because they're just going by what probably Nancy Grace and Banfield and people like that say. When you actually read the documents, I think Angie, being in the legal field, might be interested to know that there's at minimum 3 unidentified males' fucking blood that was found in this house. And it's not KOHBERGER's. And those 3 men were never identified. So, it's just always super interesting to me that people will actually ignore the court records and then run their mouth about what they heard on the fucking news.
Amen to that one. That happens every day. We're done with that interview anyway. I just wanted to see the beginning part of it. Absolutely.
That interview is absolutely insane. I'm sorry that these people lost their kids. I'm sorry that these crimes happened. But the fact of the matter is, Lifetime doesn't need the G's permission to make this movie. Lifetime doesn't need anybody's permission to make the movie.
Sure don't.
Furthermore, Olivia going out here kind of hinting at defamation lawsuits against these actresses and actors, that in and of itself is defamation.
Sure is.
You
And what
cannot
you're
run
doing-
around threatening fucking lawsuits on people like that, defaming their character, defaming them, when all they're doing is the job that they're being fucking paid for. If they're taking breaks in between filming and posting to TikTok, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Nothing.
And
Nothing.
they weren't saying negative things about the victims or doing negative things towards the victims. They're just being who they are, doing their own personal things in between takes. Go ahead and try to sue Lifetime. I promise you that their board of attorneys is a lot bigger than what you would have.
Yeah.
It is
Try and
definitely
sue
not.
the actress.
Yeah,
Try
right.
and sue the actress. I bet you she has better fucking lawyers than the G's do.
I guarantee that too. And she did nothing wrong. It's not defamation of character because she did not attack.
No, because
character.
in my opinion, what they're doing is they're going to use Brian Enton, because
Yep.
they always do. It's
Yep.
always Brian Enton and Ashley Banfield simping for these families. So what
Right.
they're going to do is, before the movie's even made, before the movie even comes out, they're going to bash the movie, bash the actors, bash the actresses, in hopes of tarnishing all of it before it even comes out, just like they did with Brian. You put
Right.
the fucking narrative first, so that, right, you get what I'm saying here, right? It's all
absolutely-
pre-scripted narrative.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And you know what's going to happen? I hate to say this, but not really. In all reality, with all the negative attention that they're drawing towards this, it's going to draw more people in to watch the movie. Just out of curiosity. That's how
I'll
people
watch
are.
it. I will watch it 5 extra fucking times just because they say I shouldn't.
That's exactly the point. That's what people do, because the way you're approaching this is not the way to do it. You can absolutely, you have the right to express your feelings for being unhappy about the situation. You had a horrible loss. I get that. God bless. I get it. You don't threaten other people that are doing their job, that had nothing to do with the situation, that are not out here disrespecting. And I don't believe that was disrespectful. She didn't say, "Hey, I'm Kaylee Gonsalves," and danced around like a fool. No, she didn't do that at all. Okay, they didn't mention their names. They didn't do anything like that. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry, and I feel for them from the depths of my heart. I truly do, for their loss. Beyond that, this has gotten ridiculous. You do not come out threatening people, being condescending, being ignorant. Maybe you should try to degrade somebody, making them less than you. I'm sorry, sweetheart. She's an actress. You're not. Get over it. I hate to be mean, but at this point, it's getting disgusting, Annie. I'm 100% kind of over this. Who's getting excited?
I just think it's super interesting that, like, they all of a sudden think that they somehow get to just stomp around the world telling everybody how they get to think, what they're allowed to think, what they're allowed to say. These are supposed to be, I thought, like, everything like that, and apparently not.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
It's absolutely ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely watch it.
Because if they act anybody's rights, they wouldn't be telling everyone else how to exercise their rights.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Absolutely correct, ma'am. I do agree. Yeah, that ain't me getting excited. You guys have seen me excited. That's okay, if you think so, good for you. It's all
Say
good,
it
though.
3 times and she will show up.
Yep.
Oh, I get real excited. I don't give a fuck. We all know that. I get real excited. Yep. I'll take it. I'll own that.
We like it. We love it. We want
You
more
know,
of it.
All I can picture is Mitz Potts walking through Dollar Tree cussing, saying the F this. That's all I picture.
I don't do it in Dollar Tree. I don't do it in Dollar Tree. I just do it here.
You're commenting on how
when you're
things
doing
are
it
said
here,
about
all I
the thing.
picture is you walking through Dollar Tree, all innocent.
Can I make Angie? Let me say something here real quick. You're commenting on how things are said about the family. Do you realize that one specific family has come out and called many of us losers, sick people, disgusting? Let me think. There's been many other statements that I've never stated about any of them. Never. I've never done that, and I wouldn't. I have shown that I'm unhappy about the way they've done certain things, and I disagree with how they've done different things. Never have I ever been rude or stated or called them names, but we've all been called names many times. So What doesn't it weigh the same?
Well, what's interesting to me is she's like, oh, I'm just commenting on how things are said about the family. Angie, you're in the legal profession, darling. Do you know what the First fucking Amendment is at all? Do you understand it?
I mean, you
If
should.
you have a fundamental understanding of the First Amendment, then it doesn't matter what anyone says about the families. It's their fucking right. Get over it.
We're adults. We are adults, grown people. Everybody has the choice to speak their feelings and their own mind. But again, none of us have truly come out and been ignorant or disgraceful towards them.
Meanwhile, this bitch is in your chat calling us pro-burgers. So she could come over here and run her fucking mouth and talk shit about Brian and Brian's family. But oh no, don't say nothing mean about the fucking other families. Fuck you, Angie.
Well spoken.
Hi, Lucy.
Welcome, Lucy. Good to see you. It's just it gets old because we get attacked on a daily basis from the filters calling us pro-burgers and disregarding anything we say, that we have no idea what we're talking about, when every damn one of us reads daily the documents. We decipher them the best we can. We talk about them, so on and so forth. Yeah, we're called truthers. We're all about truth, folks, not Brian. Because I truly said it before, I don't give a shit truly about Brian himself as a person. I don't want to see an innocent person be convicted of a crime they didn't do. No, but I also want the truth. That's what this is about to us. And the people that come in here and make these statements like this, they can't handle that. And it's kind of sad. So that's all I'm saying. It's ridiculous. But anyway.
And here's the crazy thing, right? You could call me any name in the book. You could call every name in the book. Who cares, right? Like, I've been called every name in the book. See, you don't see me out crying about it like, oh, defamation. I'm going to fucking sue. La, la, la. Shut the fuck up already.
Exactly.
Know what I mean? Like, we're going on 3 years since this happened. It's horrible that it happened. They're going to make movies about it. They're going to write books. People are going to have their opinions. And if you don't like someone's opinion, click the fuck out. You don't have to listen to their video. You don't have to listen to their live. No one is forcing you at gunpoint to listen to someone else's opinion.
Very good point. That's true. You can click in as well as you can click out. Same way. Doesn't matter. You don't have to listen to it. Just like we don't have to, and we don't. When we don't like something, we walk away from it. That's how that works.
Cougar says, wow, is your panel guest drunk? I don't drink, motherfucker. Nope. This is just me on the daily, homie. This is just how I am. As real as it gets. I don't sugarcoat shit.
No, she's just fed up like the rest of us are. We see this every day. Every day. So, no, she doesn't drink. She's absolutely a very respectable person.
No, I won't calm down either, Angie. Shut up or click the link, Angie. Literally. Just shut the fuck up or click the link.
It sounds like you're always welcome to jump up here too, Angie, but it sounds like she has more knowledge of certain situations than you as well, Angie. I have to say that, because the things you stated.
I don't even need the docs in front of me. I'm sitting, so I don't even have a computer in front of me, and I don't even need the docs in front of me. And I can cite to you verbatim what they say. So Angie, go ahead and take a look at the state's objection to the defense's offer of proof regarding the alternate perpetrator, since you're in the legal field. Go ahead and read it with your own two eyes, and then come back and run your mouth.
Good point. Very good point. Have you read the documents, Angie? Truly.
Click the link or put a
Lucy can put it in the chat for you.
Any of them. It's what it looks like.
If any of the mods want to link that doc for her, that would be great.
Mm-hmm.
Let's have Angie read out loud how many other male fucking blood were found in the house that isn't KOHBERGER, including the one on the back of the sheet mixed with the victim's DNA. And the state concedes this is how they cleared the alternate perpetrators. They cleared them from these crime scene samples. So how's that possible, Angie, if it's only Brian KOHBERGER's DNA on the sheet? How did they find another unknown male on there?
Good point. Good point. Very good point. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Meg.
What did she say? Oh yeah, I know. It's hilarious. What's hilarious, Angie, is that you're making the statements you're making, and you seem to have like no knowledge of the actual situation. That's what's hilarious.
It is.
I mean, it's kind of sad.
No, this is probably the same. This is probably the same Angie that used to come around to my channel, and I blocked the dumb bitch. So she probably changed her name. It used to be like Angela Giorgio was her screen name. Angela Giorgio.
Oh, I got
probably that same one.
I got emails from her.
I'm sure you did. She's a fucking psycho.
I did.
Meg,
yes.
We don't time out mods.
Remember, Mama Bear, the emails I was getting, telling me how bad of a horrible person I was from that
Angela Giorgio. Yep.
That's the same one. And you couldn't send an email back because she had you blocked. It's typical child. If that's you, good try, but didn't work for you, did it? Or it's Jeff on one of his other 355 accounts. Could be either way. Doesn't matter. Have a great day.
I'm in the legal field. She says I'm in the legal field. Which part of the legal field, darling? What are you? What are you? Paralegal? What do you do?
You clean the offices at night when they go home. I think she cleans the office.
Right.
Yeah, that's the same person, Annie, because that's what she told me in my emails, that she worked in the legal field. Her and her team of people.
Yeah, it's the same one. Angela Giorgio, fucking psycho.
Yes, crazy. Crazy.
And this is why I don't post my email for people to contact me. This is why there isn't an email pinned on my channel for people to contact me.
Very smart. Very smart. I should have taken that into account, I guess, but so be it. Whatever. Go back to cleaning the law offices, and thank you for your time. Appreciate the view.
So she cleaned the courthouse, so therefore she's in the legal field.
Probably. I wouldn't doubt it, since they don't speak any knowledge about reading any documents or anything. So be it. Anyway, moving on. That's taking up enough of our time.
Yeah, moving on.
Yes. What are you? So what? Go ahead, Tomboy. Go ahead.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna run and grab something, and there you go. Ask your question, please.
What is the light gray transfer from the sheath?
What's the what?
The light gray transfer.
Light gray transfer?
When they swabbed the strap of the sheath, it said light gray transfer.
My guess is because when they swab it, they add like their like a dilution.
But all the rest of the swabs, when they swabbed it, they didn't say that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You'd have to look at the lab report for it from the analyst. So like the lab reports, the lab reports for the sheath. I think it's like lab report 4 and lab report 6, if I remember correctly. Hello?
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Lab report, let me go. Where is it?
Feel like they cited lab report 4, lab report 6. I'm trying to remember. So from that, if you go to the state's objection to the defense's offer of proof regarding the alternate perpetrators, Bill lists all of the lab reports that coincide with the alt perps and how they were cleared from these crime scene samples, including the sample from the back of the sheet. And if I remember correctly, it's lab report 6 that determined the sample on the back of the sheet was a mixed sample. It had a major female contributor, which is Kaylee, and then the minor male contributor, which till this day is still the unknown male, but yet they compared all of these alternate perpetrators to this unknown male in an attempt to clear those alternate perpetrators, and they know that male also is not KOHBERGER. So it's not Ethan, it's not KOHBERGER, and it's not the 4 alternate suspects. It's still an unknown male whose DNA was mixed with victim blood on the back of the sheet. And then that's not even including the other crime scene samples where other male DNA was collected, including blood, Maddie's door, half wall of the house, Xana's bedroom. Those are also other male DNA crime scene samples that the alt perps and Kohberger were excluded from. And when you read the ISP reports, what was taken from the half wall, Xana's bedroom, and Maddie's door were blood samples. So apparently also male blood, not Kohberger's and not Ethan's, not the male victim.
Bum toy. Everybody
I'm
says
here.
your mic's too low.
Is that better?
That's better.
Sorry. Welcome, Dorothy. The half wall, we were talking about that a little bit. I missed some of it because I had stepped away to grab something. But the half wall going from the first to the second floor, that they found Ethan's blood on that wall. That is correct. And me saying that. Correct?
So that's interesting. So you have Ethan's blood on the half wall.
Right.
Yet allegedly they're all asleep in their beds.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that is interesting for sure. It made me wonder when I first saw that how did that get there? If they were all asleep, you know what I mean? When all this went down. Again.
Well, I think it's also interesting that in Bethany's interview, Bethany is telling Blaker her second interview in Nevada on the 16th.
Yeah, we're about
She's
to
telling Blaker that she saw Xana and Ethan both doing Adderall in Xana's room.
Yep.
And Blaker doesn't bother to ask her what time was that.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Well, and again, I'm not surprised on that one because none of the investigators in any of their interviews have asked any real follow-up questions. And at this point, you guys, I said this yesterday when Lana was putting out Kayla's interview. I've come to a conclusion. They can't possibly be this dumb. Law enforcement, they can't. Okay. They possibly cannot be. There's no way that they can be this dumb, but they are. And
they're not.
I gotta feel like they're doing this on purpose now. These interviews are a
they're
joke.
Not.
Okay. They're not at all. We know they're not. They wouldn't be in the position that they're in, guys. You can't hire that many stupid people into one position and say, okay, we're good. No. They're doing this on purpose. I'm absolutely completely and totally 100% sure of that in my mind now, that this has been done purposely. You cannot ask a question or have somebody tell you something and not ask a normal follow-up question that the people that have no experiences in law enforcement would ask that question, and you're not doing it. Something's wrong. I'm sorry. So it's bullshit. It is completely bullshit. So that's my statement. Hang on.
On the blood splatter, didn't it show that there was like above the stairwell, like it was Kaylee and there was a mixture?
On
I believe it was Kaylee.
The half wall, you mean?
No, on the third floor.
I think it was between the first and second.
On the first and second, they were saying that, Annie, how was that? We talked about that the other day about the minor female, major female, and then a minor male.
Third floor? Maybe I misunderstood it and it was the third floor. I thought it was between first and second above the stairwell.
I agree with you, Robert. I get it. Welcome.
What the fuck is that noise?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
What is
What I hear it too. What noise?
It's like a
There we go. It sounded like somebody's phone buzzing or something.
Yeah, it was like a vibration. I was like, where is that coming from? Either way. I don't believe.
Yeah, okay, so Kaylee's blood was found on the beer pong table. Okay.
Right.
Ethan's blood is found on the half wall.
But they were all in bed.
You have an unknown male blood B, unknown male blood D, unknown male blood on the back of the sheet mixed with victim DNA. And the only profile you send off to Othram to build the tree for or put into CODIS is the one you claim you got from the snap, when in fact the snap itself was never swabbed because it was preserved for fingerprinting. So where exactly did you get Brian's DNA?
Amen. Where did you find Bryan Kohberger? Thank you. Thank you very much. Exactly. We showed
and
that.
And this is why, well, this is also why, too, Bicca Barlow was losing her shit in that motion in limine there, number 6, talking about the snap itself may not have been swabbed at all for DNA, because you have the swabbers, notes, photographs, and everything clearly depicting precisely where they swabbed and then the areas that were preserved for fingerprint analysis. So if the snap was never swabbed, why has the state continued to claim that that's where they recovered his DNA from, was the snap?
Thank you. We know that they didn't. We know that they didn't. So where did it come from, folks? Anybody, please.
Because they had to hire up people that said, okay, go with it.
Well, it's not even that at this point. I think it's been way beyond that now. Yeah.
This is why they were arguing so much in it, too. If you go back and you look at that unsealed IGG transcript for the sealed IGG hearing that they had with Hitler, and then they unsealed the transcript for it, that's where you're going to get Matthew Gamet, Riley Nolan's testimony, and Leah Larkin regarding everything to do with this fucking sheath, where it was swabbed, how it was swabbed, the swabber, like all of it. It's all in there, and that's what they're talking about. And Riley Nolan even has to correct herself on the stand. Oh, okay. Yeah, it wasn't the snap. The snap was not swabbed.
Right. Right.
She was mistaken. It wasn't the snap that was swabbed at all, because they preserved the snap for fingerprint analysis. So here's what's crazy. On December 5th, interesting, the same day that Sergeant Blaker is listing Kohberger as a suspect in his evidence submission request, along with another redacted suspect, December 5th, even though allegedly they didn't get Kohberger's name till December 19th, on December 5th, Blaker is listing Bryan as a secondary suspect along with another redacted suspect in his evidence submission request for ISP. On that same day, the sheath is being re-swabbed again. And what's fucked up is I don't know why they're doing that when they know the fingerprint analysis would have destroyed anything potentially left.
Exactly.
On the sheath. Like, what are you swabbing it for?
Mike, that was my question. Why did they send it back on December 5th? Why? What were they looking for? I know we know. Right, right. So why, my understanding now is that they had to swab the inside of it. Blah, blah, blah.
Go back and look at what warrants were being put out on December 5th. It's all very interesting.
And who put out the warrants?
I'm sorry, Terry?
Who put out the warrants?
A lot of the warrants on December 5th, it's Maori.
Okay.
So
they did DoorDash yep, here comes Lucy. Lucy will tell you. They did quite a few warrants on December 5th. If I remember correctly, DoorDash is one. There was a phone. There's a phone warrant, I believe, that's put out on December 5th. There was a couple of other things happening around December 5th, too.
Right.
So why December 5th? What was going on there on that day?
No, but by then they had his name.
Well, Brian got his new license plates. Think about that for a minute. Just saying. May not have anything to do with it, but pretty sure it was right around that same period of time that he got new plates for his car. In turn, he's in the system in Washington, per se, whatever. I don't know. That's just
No, he switched his plates before his birthday.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
November 21st.
In my opinion.
His birthday's November.
Yeah, his birthday's the 21st. I know it's 2 days before mine. I remember that. That's the only way I remember it. But I swear
so he would have had to do it before his birthday, or his plates would have been expired.
Right.
Wasn't there a report that came out? No, maybe I got something confused. Don't mind me, folks. There's a lot going on.
Why do I feel like he got his plates on 12/5, but then he registered the car like a couple days before his birthday? Something. Oh, see there, Meg P. See, yeah, thank you, Meg.
I believe,
I was gonna say, I feel like
I believe he had to wait so long is because that DMV during that time wasn't open yet. So he had to do it online.
Right, and it's out of
Okay,
state.
but here's what's this is what's crazy. Okay, so
No,
like,
it's in state.
Go
listen,
ahead, Ian. I
when
know
Brian was pulled over in October
right.
by that chick, she's a cop, but she's ex-Alpha Phi,
Yeah,
Luengas. Isabella Luengas.
the one they tried to say that he was up and down and all that, right? Yeah. I
Right.
remember.
When he was pulled over, his car came back as a motherfucking 2005 Nissan Sentra.
Sentra, right.
Luangus just kind of rolled it off and, tells dispatch, nope, it's an Elantra. And so it was, I don't care what anybody says. That to me has always been something that just was, I don't know why it's overlooked. But there is absolutely no reason for his car, which is a 15 Elantra,
Hyundai
to be
Elantra.
coming back as a 2005 Sentra. They're not even the same manufacturer.
And the registration.
One is Hyundai, one is Nissan. Right.
The registration that comes up in the CAD system reads exactly what it is. So how did you say that? You know what I mean? That's the weird thing. Unless
it was always, listen, I've asked about it many times. Like, people just think it's just this, like, oh, it was just a mistake. And I'm like, it's not, though. That's just not how it works. Right. That dispatch system, there's no way that they're going to have his plate that they are running, his registration that he's running coming back as an 05 Sentra, when he's handing her papers for an Elantra.
Yeah,
and she's looking at an Elantra.
How many times have we been told it's just a mistake in this case? There can't be just that many mistakes in any case, folks.
No,
Come on.
there can't. But what if they watched?
Where's the data?
This was all planned. However, they didn't know who the patsy would be. And then they've got this guy, right? He's supposedly mean to women. He is odd and has mental problems. I mean, I'm not, you know what I'm saying, Dago. I'm not trying to be.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. And he's trying to get on. I mean, what a perfect fit.
Well, here's the thing. Okay. I have my own opinion about this, as many people do. Thank you so much, Kiki, for that. Happy hump day to you. And yes, we're trying. Thank you so much. God bless. I feel like, and I have felt like for a long time, that there's something else to Brian. Okay. That's just me. And people can think I'm crazy. That's fine. There's something else to him. One, he's an outsider. It had to be an outsider, in my opinion. Truly, they couldn't have somebody from this area being part of something like this. That's part of my whole theory. Okay. We've heard that. We've heard that from people say
What
that.
about Kopaka?
Well, let me finish. I'm not done yet. And I think that there's something else that is attached to him that made him the person for this. I'm gonna put that there and just leave it there. He was referred to this area purposely by his teacher from DeSales. They referenced, this is a great student. He'd be great for the program, blah, blah, blah. She sent a letter of recommendation, all that stuff, and sent him this direction. There's more to this than that, in my opinion, as to why Brian ended up this person. They didn't just throw names in a box and pull them out of a hat. You know what I mean? They didn't just do that, guys. It's not that simple. There's too many of these things, like what Annie just brought up about the Nissan Sentra and all these other stupid little things that have been floating around for 3 years. Coincidence does not exist in this case. It doesn't. If it was one or two little things, sure, fine. We'll talk about it. Everything about this case.
I'm still of the opinion, and it's just my opinion based on the documents, based on their own timeline. When I saw how long they did the pen trap and trace for Molly.
Right.
The dates were very interesting. It's the 22nd through the 30th.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
The 22nd through the 30th.
And by December 5th, Blaker's listing him as a suspect in evidence submission forms to ISP. But they're trying to hide it. that they had his name then, saying, no, we didn't get his name till the 19th. Payne literally testified repeatedly December 19th. He was going to testify again at trial December 19th.
Yep.
And the defense would have literally been able to impeach one lead detective with the other lead detective. You understand?
Yes,
like they
ma'am.
literally would have been able to impeach Corporal Brett Payne in front of a jury with Sergeant Dustin Blaker's own evidence submission form.
Which would have been amazing to watch.
Just
But
just that alone. So when you really think about it, it's obvious they had his name. My guess is his name came from her trap and trace.
I think they had it by the 25th.
That's just my opinion.
Yeah, and I think they had it by the 25th of November. I said that many times, many years ago. But that's my opinion again. And I agree with you. I think they did. I think you're right.
Personally, because his phone is off, according to them. He's not showing up in their tower dump. He's not showing up on nothing, allegedly, right? So for this 2+ hours that he can't be accounted for and they can't track his phone and all this bullshit, allegedly, that they can't, we just don't know where he was for, they can't figure it out. Okay.
Yeah.
Because according to the state, right, the state even says, well, the defense's expert isn't going to be able to testify to where Mr. KOHBERGER was because even they don't know, right? So if all of that is true, how else would they have come upon him in any way, shape, or form other than through her trap and trace?
Very good point. Very good point. Now, take this into account as well, folks, and I've been saying this too. Do we remember the exact date, you guys, that WSU saw the car and they found his car? The exact date that WSU found
November 28th. Right.
November 28th. Right. So I'm going to throw this out. I know you guys know this already, but this has bothered me from day one. They saw and knew his car by November 28th. And you're going to tell me that they didn't pick up the phone and say, hey, Brett, we got it. We got it here until December 19th?
Yeah, but I guess what I'm getting at is, so think about, like, what would be the motivation of the federal investigators, state investigators, all of these different task force that they have involved, Homeland Security, BAU agents from Quantico, right? They're doing all of this cloak and dagger spook shit, trying to hide the fact that they obviously were onto him very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, the reason they're hiding it is because they do not want to disclose to the defense the real way that they got to this person is via a federal pen trap and trace on other surveillance that they were doing for something completely different that may assist the defense in some way.
And that's why they're hiding behind the IGG bullshit, which I do not believe is how they didn't get him that way. I'm sorry, but they didn't. I agree with you. Yeah, 100%.
You get what I'm saying? So, like, if you're the state and the feds, you've picked this guy, you're charging this dude for the murders because you definitely know it's him and he's there. You just can't disclose how you know that, because the way that you got that information is you are doing an undercover federal investigation on someone else. And that undercover federal investigation, or local or state, or they're all working together, because that's how those drug task forces are out there. They all work together, all these partnering agencies. They're obviously watching Molly. They're surveilling something with her. They're pen trap and tracing her.
So what if BRYAN, and again, this is just a minimal theory, okay? What if BRYAN was doing coordinated buys for the feds? Okay.
Well, I mean, listen, I don't know what he was doing. I'm not going to speculate about what BRYAN was doing. They're saying he was there.
Right, and that's what
committing
I'm saying.
Murders, and he pled guilty to this shit.
That's what I'm saying, though, is if he was doing something like that, okay, as they were investigating Molly, we know what she does, what she did, what she's probably still doing, and he was involved in some aspect that way, well, gee, that would be interesting. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it happened.
I agree with you. No, I agree with you 100%, because I thought about that too. Like, if he's back, if for some reason he was doing controlled buys, or even if he himself maybe back into drugs, but not in the sense that he was doing heroin again. If he's doing like,
something to keep him up.
I figured like he would be doing an upper.
Yeah, bingo. Just so he could do his studies, stay up all night, do that stuff. Right. That makes perfect sense.
Keep up.
Absolutely.
So I thought maybe if anything, he's picked up in her trap and trace. But it didn't make sense to me. Like, well, then I thought about it. Like, yeah, because he's a TA, so he would want to go pick the drugs up somewhere else. He wouldn't want to be anywhere near his own campus and in Washington.
And they wouldn't want him to know where he lives. Yep, exactly. Very
so
good
it
point.
was just always interesting to me, like the dates of her trap and trace happen to correlate with when WSU is just stumbling upon his vehicle twice in 30 minutes. Two different officers.
Conveniently.
And then, and then now we find out December 5th, Blaker's naming him. So.
Right.
I just think it's the obvious that it's her pen trap and trace that brought them him.
That's very possible. Very possible, Annie, because we know that it wasn't the IGG that they're hiding behind. We know that there's really, truly, honest to God, if you look at it, no other way. Okay? It's bullshit. That's why none of the other stories have ever made sense. So
wait, I have a question.
Okay.
The guy in the trailer park did say, look through.
The guy, say again, you broke up.
The guy in the trailer park did say he called WSU and said, look through your Washington plates or whatever and find plates that aren't. And they did. They found his car.
Okay.
I don't know. It was before. I mean, that was like right after.
That's what we were.
Payne's claiming he didn't. Okay, so here's the issue. Even though WSU, two different officers claimed that they called in his vehicle, within like 30 minutes of each other, right? According to Moscow Police Department and Brett Payne's testimony and everything, they weren't aware of WSU's locating of the vehicle or calling it in until December 20th or something like that. They didn't find out about it till a month later.
Right.
They didn't know about it the day it happened.
That is the problem I have with that. And especially in a case like this, there's no way anybody there's no reason to withhold that information for a month. You'd be all over that. Okay. They would be all over that. That's why I've always had an issue with that. So that's what I'm saying. It does make
wouldn't it be wild if we find out, like if Cy Ray does get to talk about it and is allowed to give the information, but like, wouldn't it be wild if we find out that in fact it was her trap and trace?
Oh my God, it would be insane.
Because she's being surveilled for something else.
Yep.
And then of course, Cy, knowing that, like he has plenty of his own like federal connections. Like he would have learned very, very quickly, precisely how, if this is, how it happened, precisely how. What was the pen trap and trace for? What were they surveilling her for? The defense would learn pretty quickly. But for whatever reason, they wanted to hide it, Molly specifically, as long as they possibly could from the defense.
And they did. They did for a long time, guys, until they had no choice because that video was released. And all of a sudden, kabooey, there was no choice then. She was out. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you, Meg.
Like whether he was there getting drugs, whether he was there doing a controlled buy, whether he was there breaking into the house.
Anything. Could have been anything, right?
None of us have any idea.
Nope. Not at all.
So do we know if, talking about Kopaka, why did he sit outside his house for 9 minutes? That night?
What are you talking about?
KOHBERGER did.
KOHBERGER sat, what do you mean?
He sat outside Kopaka's apartment for 9 minutes.
Where's that?
And then he picked him up that night.
Where did that come? Well, where did that come from?
Roy.
I've never heard that before.
It's what?
Brian supposedly sat outside of Brent Kopaka's apartment for 9 minutes and then picked him up.
Yeah.
Where I would need.
I just have never heard it. That's all, Terry. I don't know about
I never
that.
heard that.
I did hear that he was in the area of Kopaka's apartment building, but not that he was like specifically right there. But that's not hard to be when you live there. You know what I mean?
Well, it kind of is when you have that huge crash that happened and everything was rerouted.
That happened outside of Brian's apartment complex.
Right.
It typically says because he went off camera for 9 minutes, so that's what they're saying.
I don't know. I'm just telling you that Roy told me that he was out there for 9 minutes. Why?
Okay.
And why was
I don't know that was ever found to be true.
Well,
Sorry.
I'm not sure about Kopaka. What I do know is that, that's a deceased veteran. So I don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole on Kopaka until obviously if I had something more concrete for if I had something more concrete, like say like the defense brought up.
Yeah.
Another person, and even though the name is redacted, referenced, a veteran
why would they clear his factory clear his phone?
Well, hold on. Let her finish.
Oh, I agree. I agree, honey. Listen, I understand that like everything surrounding Kopaka is odd, and it seems to timeline wise really align with Brian.
Of course, and it does.
Unfortunately, I just don't want to get into the realm of like. I haven't seen anything about like Brian and Brent either being together that night, knew each other, other than like rumor and speculation. If I had seen it like mentioned in a court doc that say for his alibi, for example, like he was out driving around, but he was with this redacted person. This redacted person needed a ride over to the King Road residence. Brian, circled the blocks while waiting. If I saw something like that, then I would say, okay, maybe he was with.
I agree, right? And that's why I haven't delved into that. I mean, yes, it is, and don't get me wrong, I absolutely feel it's suspicious. What clearing somebody's phone out completely. Well, if you want to get rid of somebody's phone number that you don't want the world to know is in there, sure, there's a good reason to do that, and I've thought that, yeah. But like Annie said, like we haven't seen any unequivocal proof of any kind of relationship between the two of them. You know what I mean? If that was shown, we would be there talking about it. I tell you that because it's just there is some coincidence there that is weird. I'll say that much. Truly.
There's only one thing that's ever made in all of the documents, all of them, that's made me think, okay, maybe Brent, but it's only one thing, and it's only like one time that it's ever come up, and I'll never stop talking about it. I don't care. There's going to, for fuck's sake, Fitziana, if she's still in the chat listening, she's going to be like, oh God, like eye rolling as soon as I say it. But Google Warrant 1, okay, Miss Mathis was going off about Google Warrant 1.
Right.
And the federal Google warrant. And the federal warrant, that the feds got for his Google account, they're basically claiming that there are 2 devices connected to this Google account. And when he was back in PA, he was in that Google account attempting to locate the other device. And they put in their own words, i.e. single decedent. So they're attaching the second device. This is the feds in their, warrant for his Google. It's a Fed warrant.
Right.
Google Warrant 1 was done by the feds.
Yep.
And the feds are saying, we believe that this is what they're claiming they found, that he attempted to use this Google account to locate the second device, i.e. single decedent. And that is literally the only thing that made me ever say like, oh my God, I wonder if that was Brent. But then there's also 4 victims. And I was like, I wonder if it's Are they trying to say that like this second device was with a deceased person?
Right.
Because that's what it sounds like, and that's why Miss Mathis was questioning it. Because you have the feds claiming he's using this Google account in an attempt to locate a second device, i.e. single decedent, and they're referencing the United States government and something else. It was the United States government and something else.
It's been a long time. I can't remember since I've seen that one. Good point, though. I mean,
it's the only time ever that I've thought Brent, because like, dude, he's like a deceased veteran, right? You know, Dago, like I love our veterans. I train with them all the time. They're some of my dearest friends and family. So I'm not gonna
that's what I said too early on, because I think he was done wrong. Regardless of what happened, I think he was done way wrong. And I don't believe the whole story that they gave us about that either. So that's my issue. But
I just don't want to say like he could be involved or whatever. It's the only time, I'm just being honest, out of all the docs I've read, you know, like that's the only time I've ever questioned. And I'm like, what? Because they're saying he's doing this on like December 16th when he's back in PA.
Right.
That he's logging into this Google account and he's attempting to locate this second device, i.e. single decedent. And it references the United States and government. That's what she said.
Right.
And there are references to the United States and government in the warrant.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. I do agree. Crazy.
Like, I guess that, you know, I don't know. To me, the only like logical thing for me, and it's just my opinion, is that they got to him via her trap and trace.
It makes
sense.
That's
just my opinion.
That makes sense. Hey, Amethyst, good to see you. Just now saw you, Bombshell. Welcome to you as well. No, I do. I agree with that, what you said as far as Kopak and all that. There's not anything other than there was one other thing that I think it was a slip up, I think, in the courtroom. I think it was Judge went to say something and he said that name. Everybody caught that and was like, wait a minute, what? That's wild, but okay. It could have just been because, you know, there was other things going on. It could have had something on his desk that was referred to that he was reading in regards to that. Because I think at one point in time, they may have been looking at him thinking he was the suspect, possibly, until all that went down. That's a possibility too. I think they even said that at some point. But I think that's also why Moscow was there when everything happened with Kopaka. There was 3 or 4 officers from Moscow there.
No,
So,
I think the reason that Moscow was there is that because they had a new drone program and Washington didn't have it.
yeah, but you wouldn't need Chief Fry, Brett Payne, Blaker,
You wouldn't.
and I think one other person to be there all for that at the
You
same time when
wouldn't.
they have their own people. That's all I was saying. So
Yeah, but
I do remember Steve making a comment. Didn't Steve make a comment too about like you know, he was gonna blame a veteran?
Yep. That's word for word what he said. Word for word what he said.
Said that if it went to trial, Brian, that's how Brian's defense team planned to defend him. He was gonna blame a veteran.
Yep. Yeah.
Interesting.
That's quite interesting. Amethyst said Brian told him during his interview with Payne and Gilbertson that he did some work for Pullman Police, and it's documented in the transcript of his interview.
Yeah.
Did he really? Did he?
Yeah, his interview in Pennsylvania.
Oh wow, that's right.
He did the Axiom. I could have sworn it said something about like Axiom or something like that. Is what some program. I don't want to misquote it, but I do know what she's talking about. Yeah.
I'll have to go back and find that because it's been so long for some of these documents. But okay, they're saying yes.
It's in the ISP supplemental reports that they dropped when Payne and Gilbertson did their interview with Brian, and Brian told Payne, "You look familiar."
Yep. Interesting.
I was dying. And Gilbertson's like, "Why do you think he, elaborates on it? Why do you think he looks familiar?"
Yeah, right.
We're-
Exactly.
yeah. Uh-huh.
Bye, Mama Bear. Yeah,
I've
that's
always.
very interesting. Very interesting.
I just thought it was pretty funny. Brian's like, hey, you actually look pretty familiar.
Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting as all hell. I think everybody had the same reaction to that one too. Thank you, Amethyst, for that reminder. Very much appreciated. Don't work too hard.
I don't know about you, but I took a moment of silence the other day to thank the sweet baby Jesus that Corporal Brett Payne is no longer a corporal, and he will never write another affidavit, and he will never apply for another search warrant. So, take a moment.
Yes.
Say a thank you to the sweet baby Jesus that that'll never happen again.
It's a very good point, because God help the world if he does. That's a fact. Thank God. I agree with that one. Yes, very much so. We very much appreciate you, Amethyst, truly. Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of things, guys, that are just not coincidence here that you got to go, okay, so be it. Welcome, Chick Bake. Good to see you.
Look, I'm just of the opinion lately that, okay, listen, he took a plea. They let the appeal time run out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Miss Mathis argued perfectly in court today. There's not much more she can do.
She did.
Hitler's being a dick on purpose. He's being difficult on purpose.
Yes, he is.
They already know they don't stand a chance with this guy on anything.
No, I think that's why Eliza did the argument today, because I don't think Ann could handle it with him, because he's just ignorant, and Masseth doesn't care. She'll talk right over it.
No, it's because Masseth is the one who handled the motion, if I remember correctly. That's why she had to argue it.
Either way, she still does way better at legal work than he. I mean, she makes him look stupid as he is. So, very good point. Aggie, good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
I'm just looking at it from the sense that, listen, whatever's going to happen is going to happen, right?
Yeah.
Can only really go by the document. That's all we can really do, right?
Mm-hmm.
The documents are there. The forensic record is there. For weeks, I've been being told that, the true crime people, because I don't have TikTok and Instagram and all that, but apparently on other social media platforms, if you even mention anything about another man's DNA being on the back of that sheet, they will lose their mind on you and tell you you're a fucking liar and shit.
I've heard that too. Yeah, I've heard that too.
The only thing that we can do, right, for those people that say that we're liars, that we're making it up, literally the only thing you can do is share the state's own documents where they concede.
Yeah.
Read Hitler's decision where Hitler concedes. There are multiple men being cleared from the male sample taken from the back of the sheath, mixed with victim blood. Period.
Right.
Period. You know what I mean? As the kids would say. Period. Yeah. Okay?
Period. Absolutely true.
They're either choosing to ignore it.
That has to be what it is.
Right? It has to be, because there's no way that your average old Joe Blow schmo like me can just click on, read it, read through the document, and it's fucking 30 minutes or less if it's short and sweet and to the point. The state is literally saying in their 11-page objection to the defendant's offer of proof regarding the alternate perpetrators, no.
Right.
See, we cleared all of them from the samples. Those crime scene samples, one of them is the male from the back of the sheath, and the state is conceding it exists, and we cleared these people.
Welcome,
and
WB.
It doesn't match Kohberger.
Yeah, he's excluded, folks, for sure. So just that alone.
It's actually the only thing that matters. It's literally the only thing that matters is that there is a male on the back of the sheet and then two other men that were never identified, and it's their blood
And it's not Brian. Right. Right. Blood. Not
And it's not your male victim.
not transfer DNA. It's not Ethan. So why have they, once again, why have they not been brought to the table? Who are they?
It's not about bringing them to the table. It's about holding the state accountable and the investigators accountable for ignoring the evidence where it led them. Because that's what it appears.
That's
If
what
you are aware of other men's, more particularly blood, in this crime scene, and you've been aware of it for almost a month before you get this other suspect's name, why are you doing nothing with those profiles? Why are you doing nothing? Meanwhile, you've taken this trace sample swab, sent it off to Othram. These other ones, you're doing nothing with them.
Which he says the state's using 2 male eliminators when testing all the DNA, yet they maintain only one person did this crime. Right. Right. Yeah, that's an issue as well. Welcome, WB.
Insane to me. It's just insane to me to know that, okay, so wait a minute, like, you had, all along, we were told single source male is what was recovered from the sheet snap.
Right.
The snap. This is what these people have put in their own sworn filings with the court, right? The state has put this in their sworn filings, the snap. It's not even the snap that was swapped. So what do you mean single source male was recovered from the snap, the button snap of the sheet? What do you mean? Because it wasn't. Because the button snap wasn't swabbed.
No.
But you found another man's DNA on the back and it's mixed in with the victim blood. And you didn't. One is sent to IGG and one isn't.
Right, right. Absolutely.
Here's my question. You have 2 things that you believe. You either believe he's guilty or you believe he's not, right? Well, we forget that there could be other people involved. Am I correct?
Say again.
I mean,
there are other people that could have been involved. Am I correct?
There absolutely is, because there's other DNA. So yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you have two other dudes' blood there. Yeah.
Right.
Right. But the fact of the matter is that one person is in jail for the rest of his life. And why did he plead? If he didn't do it, we don't know. I don't think he did it. I don't know why he pled. Okay. So that's another question to our list of questions. Am I correct?
Of course, that's the main question everybody has nowadays.
Okay. So if you are a pro-burger or I don't know what you call it if you're not.
Well, we're truth seekers is what we are, Terry.
Okay, thank you. I love that.
Yeah, we're not pro-burgers, we're truth seekers.
Or you believe he did it, correct?
Yep.
What are the people that are, is there a reason? I mean, I hate to say this, but we're talking YouTube, we're talking social media, and we're talking people making money. Is there a reason why you would say you believe he did it? Because majority of the people think he didn't do it?
Because there's a group of people that I talked about this a long time ago. There's a group of people that believe everything the police say and do, and anything that mainstream media puts out to the world. It's just facts. Those people exist. They do not. They don't care. what everybody else is saying or reading or whatever, talking about. Most of them don't look at the documents, and if they do, they overlook those things and they ignore those things. That's what's happened throughout this whole thing. But most of those people, they believe in law enforcement no matter what. They can't be wrong. And they believe mainstream media, because why would they tell us that if it wasn't true? That's a great question, but they do it, okay? That is why, God forbid, there's a lot of people that don't believe that the law enforcement could ever be corrupt or that the judicial system would ever be corrupt, okay? That's just it. That's who those people are for the most part. The rest of us, we look at the details, okay? And we break that down and say, something's wrong with this. Something's not right about this. This is not legal. This is not how this is supposed to be done. This doesn't make any sense. Why are there 3 other DNAs that were never tested over here that are not this guy that they're saying did this, and they don't belong to the male victim? So what the hell is that all about? That in itself, okay, that alone by itself is what contradicts this case on every aspect. Nobody wants to look at that. They ignore that. You don't ever
the fact that they're trying to say that like male blood B and male blood D weren't eligible for CODIS, I can't.
No,
I absolutely can't.
The excuse that Brett Payne came up with is an absolute lie. It's a bullshit lie that we didn't put it into CODIS because we didn't want to knock out the other one. Well, that doesn't happen. You're full of shit. None of us are law enforcement officers. I mean, we have a couple in here that have said that's a joke, and I've looked into it. A lot of us have looked into it. It doesn't happen that way. So he lied about something. He made up a lie to cover something for another reason. Okay. So there's that.
Okay, so here's my next question. So we are on social media, correct? And we are looking and making and listening to all this and making our decisions on actual facts, correct? But there are people, the majority of the people in the world are not on YouTube. Let's be honest. So what do you say to someone that says, oh, they got their man?
Okay. Eddie, you know who Eddie is, right?
Yeah.
Eddie has somebody that he calls neighbor, okay? That is his neighbor that he dealt with not too long ago, that they started accidentally talking about the case. It was brought by his neighbor to him, and he was like, oh, Lord. Yeah, he followed it very closely, and he said, and I guess the neighbor said, he just calls them neighbor. That's it. Neighbor said, well, it's this, and this. He absolutely did it, blah, blah, blah. And of course, Eddie went, oh, God, and tried to explain certain things, but it was too far in for him. Neighbor didn't know all this stuff, and they're seeing it on the news. Okay?
Right.
So when they see it on the news, there's a certain group of people that think that's truth. That's fact. That's God's word and the story. And again, like I said, why would they put it on the news if it wasn't true? They do it every day. Okay. They do it every day. They run a script. They get a paycheck. That's all there is to it. They do what they're told. So, and it's very hard.
Interesting. They don't mind if they don't mind if like mainstream media and other, their talking heads make a shit ton of money talking about the case because they're putting out a very specific narrative about the case. Whereas they don't want anyone like us, YouTube creators, talking about it, asking questions, because we're not towing the line.
Right.
That's the only reason. They don't have a problem with the people who toe the line. They want them to make a bunch of fucking money off it. They don't care how much they make.
Right.
It's just us.
Do you agree with me? This is what I hear from, say, my mom. They caught the person. Everybody's safe.
Say again,
like,
that
what?
You broke up. You keep breaking
They
up.
caught the person. They have the right person. They caught him.
Okay.
People are safe.
That's what they want us to believe. Yes.
Yeah.
And then
So
what?
I can't go into it too much. And it drives me nuts because I don't believe people are safe.
Well, no, I mean, I get it. But here's the thing I will say. With all the attention that this has gotten, and they know that there's thousands of us out here that are in this grouping that we're in, that are looking into this, that are nonstop talking about it, that are breaking things down. I don't think that anybody's going to do anything at this point right now. The people that did this, if they're still out there, I think they did what they needed to do in that specific situation. I'm not saying that they're serial, okay, that they're going to go around doing this. I think they made the statement they needed to make with what they did. It's done. I'm not saying that they could never do it again, but they're not going to do that as long as this is, in my opinion, of course, still going down the way it is, because they know that there's people looking at them, whether we believe it or not. We're looking at them, whether we know who they are or not yet either. Okay. So they're going to stay under the radar, in my opinion. So as far as that goes, sure. I mean, I guess that the people are somewhat safe to that aspect per se, in my opinion, if that's what you're saying.
Well, you know, another thing that these people don't get is that all they know is what the news is put out, and that is 4 kids were murdered, blah, blah, blah. That's it. They don't tell them in the amount of time it took. They don't tell them, you know, what we talk about. So they only know 4 kids were killed. They caught the guy. Okay, everything's okay.
That's why they believe what they do, Terry, because that's all they do get. They don't read the documents like we do. They didn't look at the PCA like we did and go, what the hell is that? They don't go through those documents that we go through day after day after day, and the reports, and read this and do that and put this together with that and pull names and look at this and that and all the, like what we just went through with these new ISP reports about the sheath and the chain of custody and all that stuff. They don't see any of that. They don't understand nor want to. They just watch the news, and whatever the news tells them is God's word to them, and they just go forward with that, and that's all it is. When you sit down and try to explain, like Eddie did with Neighbor, he said he could almost watch the top of her head blow off because she didn't get any of it. Okay. Now, when people have come into this case later on, like Krista came in later than most anybody, she's still learning shit from this that she had no. Every time she learns something new, she's like, "Oh my God, really?" It happens all the time, because all they see is what's on the news, which is what has put us in a situation. They ran that propaganda train from day one, from the moment they arrested BRYAN KOHBERGER to today. Every bit of it.
And now they're going to do it for Lifetime. They're going to fucking do all kinds of hit pieces on Lifetime, because how dare they have the nerve to make a movie about it and not consult us first.
Right. And I promise you that they're still going to make BRYAN the world's mortal enemy, the monster that they believe he is.
100%.
Because they have to. That's what's going to draw the money. Okay. That's
BRYAN's going to be fucking Michael Myers 2.0 in this 100%. Lifetime special for sure.
Yes. Yes.
Like Elliot Rogers on steroids is how they're going to depict him. 100%.
No, actually, Annie, he's going to be Bundy.
Well, yeah.
Sorry,
it's going to be a mix of like Elliot, some Bundy thrown in. Like, oh yeah, they're going to depict him as like this absolute psychopath, literal Michael Myers.
They will add to it to make it look good for their ratings, you know. Bundy, Michael Myers, Ed Gein, Richard Ramirez, whoever they need to throw into the mix, they'll just throw it in there and blend it up and make it what it is. That is what
I just don't know how to make people understand. You have to really, we're in a day and age that you have to, and you know, in the past, we just let it fly, right? Just let it fly because that was the way it was supposed to be. How do you make people understand they really need to look into it before they
Tell them to read the documents.
Kind of like voting.
Tell them to read the documents. That's the only thing you can do.
Yeah.
And you know what's so funny is that these people, these are the people
read it on their own.
These are the people that go out and vote, but these are also the people that won't look and see if somebody is truly guilty.
Because it takes too much time. It's easier just to let somebody else tell you that that's what it is.
Oh, I got a hot take though. Like, see, I'm starting to lean more towards they probably did get the right person. They just did it in a way they're not supposed to.
Well,
which is why they had to lie about how they got to him.
Yeah.
And it's why they wanted to hide Molly and hide her pen trap and trace and all of this stuff. That's just my opinion.
Of course.
I don't necessarily think he was there alone killing 4 people in like fucking 5 minutes or less. I don't believe that. But if they did get their right guy, they also missed a few. And, you know, this is, in my opinion, why the state didn't want allocution. Because do you want him to allocute and like what? Start talking about the people he was with? What happened?
And then they're going to say,
you don't want to ask him for allocution, and he starts telling you all the details and starts implicating the other people he was with who you're trying to hide.
Hence why
and
Hitler called him a liar.
For whatever reason.
Hence why Hitler called him a liar. Okay. Why would we believe anything he said?
That's just my opinion.
It is a good opinion. It's a good opinion. Now, see, do I believe that he was involved? It's very hard for me to see that now. I can't see it yet. If somebody can show me something that would make me believe that, I'd be on board with that. There's no way in hell that one person did this by themselves. No, I don't believe that at all. It's not possible in my opinion. I don't care what they reenacted. They didn't reenact it the way that it should have been reenacted. They didn't have people defending themselves and fighting back and doing this and doing, none of that happened. They just went in and pretended to be hitting each other. It was a joke. So whatever. Could BRYAN have done this? Anything is possible, you guys. Anything, but I don't see how. That's my problem. There's nothing that points to him except this, which I don't even believe anymore. This DNA that they say that they took from the snap, blah, 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 blah. None of it makes any sense anymore. Truly.
Oh, I agree. And that's the problem, is that there's like, I get it. There's far more questions than there are answers, right?
100%,
but
yes.
To me, if you just look at their own forensic record, their own lab reports,
right,
their own people that they were going to call as witnesses who did the analysis and stuff, you have lab reports that are referencing DNA data of an alternate suspect. You have them attempting to clear people from these crime scene samples where they've recovered male DNA that doesn't match the male victim and it doesn't match their main suspect. So, you know, when you really like look at it, it actually makes sense why no trial occurred. Like, how are you going to have a trial if you're the state and the defense is going to be able to sit there and impeach all of your witnesses, right?
Yep.
Like, think about that. Most of your witnesses are going to be impeached by other witnesses.
Okay, so Annie, you want to hear some fun facts? Is that I was talking to Sean Atwood, and he spent time in prison for dealing, right? I don't know, call it mauling out. It was X when I was back in the days, but they didn't have. He talks about they didn't have a witness, they didn't have any evidence, they didn't have anything on him except somebody said they were a witness. Now, okay, we have had so many witnesses and stuff in this, right? He said that 82% of his clan, because they would rather go to jail and serve their sentence and get out, and so they plead. Because if they didn't, they would go to court, and if they lost, their sentence would be huge, much huger. And that's what makes me wonder about why people plead so much.
Well, if you can plea for a lesser sentence from like 15 down to 5, I could see why you'd probably take a plea.
Sure.
Especially if you know that you have guilty knowledge or were involved.
Yes.
But we're talking about a death penalty that they just took the death penalty off, and he's going to die in jail anyway. So no matter what, he's still going to die.
It's still a death penalty. It's just a different form of it.
Right. Unless they can come up with some
question.
new...
Would you just rather die than die in jail?
Hold on, Terry. What'd you say, Annie? You were saying?
Well, like, I don't know. I was just saying, like, technically they let the appeal run out, right? So
The 90-day thing, yeah, but he's got 2 years.
all that happened here, right? All that happened here was the death penalty came off.
That's it.
He still got 4 life sentences, right?
Yes.
So, like, if he was pleading down to say like 20 years for like involuntary manslaughter or some shit or whatever, right?
Right.
I could understand, but I think most of the cases that you're talking about, these are people who are being threatened with like a 20-year sentence, 15-year sentence, and they'd plead down to, 3 to 5 and time served for the year they've already been sitting there and whatnot.
Right. And so with that being stated, with what I was going to say is I can see a lot of people are confused about the plea, as was myself, as I still somewhat am. But if you think about it, then the one period of time expired, but he does have 2 years. So knowing that, I don't believe Anne was ready for this. I don't think that she was prepared to do it right. Okay, completely. And he was not going to give her any more time, period. That was it. They were ready to go. They were shoving it down her throat no matter what. So taking this plea deal gives him 2 more years for them to prepare whatever they have to do, possibly, to be able to appeal this in that aspect and come back with something way better, possibly to prove the judicial misconduct or the prosecutorial misconduct or all of it, and bring it to the table and go, here
it depends how they appeal it.
That's true, but it's still
it depends how they appeal it. Are they going to go for constitutional due process violation, or are they going to appeal based on newly discovered relevant and admissible evidence pointing specifically to the other perpetrators?
Right. They can do it either way, but that, in my opinion,
or do it for, like, you could file for both. Like, I don't see why you couldn't appeal with multiple reasons for the appeal, but I feel like if you are going to appeal, you don't want it to be where, like, even if a higher court overturned what Hitler did here, right, and what the state did, even if that happened, you don't want it to be that, like, somehow he gets off on a technicality.
No, not at all. We need to be able to prove.
You want it to be that, like, if you literally were not involved and you literally had nothing to do with this, and your defense team is doing stuff behind the scenes, it's to clear your name, not get you off on a technicality.
Exactly. And that's exactly how I see that he would want this done, the way he seems to be. And that can be fully exonerated for this, 100%. That is one of the reasons why I think this plea could have been taken, because it does give you a long period of time. She said herself, okay, that's what made me start thinking of this again, that when the what is it, 60, I forget the number it was, of the terabytes that they had of digital, whatever it was, evidence and stuff, that their expert looked at it and said, it's going to take you 3 years to go through all this, and yourself. She didn't have 3 years. So if you have the ability to sit behind the scenes without being rushed, without having to go to hearings, without having to go to court, without having to worry about this, and work on this at your own pace, get your own experts on it, break it down, tear it apart, put it back together, there is a grand possibility you would be able to appeal this, like Annie just said, both directions possibly, or all, and come out in the very end of this with BRYAN smelling like Tide, fresh and clean. Okay. I know that was a bad euphemism, but
I just think that we're looking at, I don't know. Like I said, I'm just more concerned about the fact that it would appear, based on their own forensic records, their own lab reports, their own DNA analysis, they have other male perpetrators.
Yeah.
Whether he's one of them, or, like, he pled guilty, and then if they plan to appeal because they didn't have time to gather the evidence they needed, or like, I agree that Hitler, when he denied their motion to continue, right, I think they already went into it knowing he's going to deny it, but you still want to preserve the record regardless. You still want to file the motion anyway, even if you think they're going to deny it. It's fine, file it anyway, because you're preserving the record.
Right. It has to be on record. That way it's there.
Yeah. Right. It's the preservation of the record.
And
So, you know, I just look at it from the angle of, even if his defense team is doing something behind the scenes in an attempt to clear his name, Kipler
Right.
denying the motion to continue, in my opinion, I would have appealed for a due process violation,
Sure.
specifically because I'm letting the court know that I am not prepared for trial.
Yeah.
Therefore, I would be ineffective. And the court says, well, too bad. We're going to trial, thereby forcing you to be ineffective counsel, which is a due process violation of the defendant. He has the right to effective assistance of counsel.
Mm-hmm.
So she's in a catch-22. She already knows everything she's going to file is going to be denied.
Yep. Yep.
She's preserving the record, right? Like, is there an argument for some due process violation? Possibly, especially the motion to continue, because they're literally telling you they're not prepared and they're going to be ineffective. And you as the court is saying, oh, well, you're going to be ineffective, I guess.
And that's exactly what happened. Yes, agreed.
Thereby, you're denying the defendant his right to effective assistance of counsel.
Bingo. Bingo. That's what I've been saying for since this happened, you guys. That's exactly how I see this. Not to mention, like Annie just said, they knew going into this he was going to deny it. She knew. I've said this before, and I know a lot of people don't agree with me about Ann. That's fine. I respect your feelings. I think that Ann Taylor does not do anything without knowing what the outcome is going to be already. And I think she knew throughout this whole thing he was going to deny the alternate perpetrators. He was going to deny the continuance. He was going to deny everything that she threw at him. She knew that, in my opinion, okay? And just did what she had to do, like Annie said again, to get it on record. It's all there. It's all on black and white now. He takes the plea. He agrees to everything, whether it's true or not. That's part of what you have to do for it to go through to be accepted, okay? He can say down the road that he had ineffective counsel and he just didn't realize it. Something stupid like that. I looked all that up.
But I guess if you're trying to clear his name, you don't want to file an appeal based on some due process violation.
No.
That's not right.
No,
I don't think because it's gonna be ineffective, not because of her fault. It's gonna be because of everything they held back and she didn't have access to. That's why it's gonna be ineffective, and it's gonna be the blame's gonna be on the prosecution.
No, it's because the court. No, it's because the court denied her motion to continue. Thereby, the court is the one forcing her to be ineffective.
And so she can step forward and say to the higher court or whatever, or the other judge, and say, listen, Your Honor, I truly, honestly was trying to defend my client here. The judge would not allow anything. And at that point, I had no way to do my job. Okay. And that's all I'm asking you to do, is to give me the time, the ability to do my job as an attorney to defend my client, period. End of story. They need to be able to do that because it's my job to clear this man's name. I know he's innocent, so on and so forth. That's the whole point right there. That's what I think they're working on, if anything. And I could be wrong, guys, and I'm okay with that. I'm just telling you, in my mind, that's why I'm still here doing what I'm doing, because that's what I think is coming somewhere. I hope it is, because I would really, even if Brian was involved, let me say this, because I know Annie said this many a times, even if he was involved, there's other people involved in this. There's no doubt in my mind. Okay. They need to be there too, period. And and if I'm the state, like, you know me, I'll try to wear both hats, right? So I can look at it from a defense perspective and I can look at it from the state. If I'm the state and we're going to do this plea, the only reason that I would not want him to give me any elocution is not because I think he's just going to lie anyway. Mm-hmm. It's because if you force him to allocute, he's going to have to talk. Like, think about that. Yes, absolutely. And then you're going to talk about Steve and Tom and Dick and Harry that were helping him, and that can't happen. Right. You don't want him talking because you're claiming it's just him, and you know, that would blow the whole case. Allocuting, he's going to be like, well, I was with so-and-so and we did this and we did that, and he asked me for a ride over, and then, you know, I went in the house. Like, do you get what I'm saying? All of that would have to be put out, and his lawyers would have to agree to it. And Steve was in my car. I gave him a ride. He stole my knife that I bought. You know what I mean? All of that could come out at that point, and that would blow the state's case. Sorry. Completely.
They didn't even want to ask him anything about anything.
Nope. And I think that's a good point as to why.
Welcome,
by the way. And if we think about BRYAN,
hold on one second.
If we think about BRYAN,
welcome, typically. Thanks for joining us.
He does not stop. There's no way you could control what he says.
What do you mean?
I mean, he's so inquisitive. I mean, even they say that he didn't say it, but the very first thing he said was, "Am I the only one?"
Well, he didn't. Brian made that up. Brian Etten did. But he did, when he was being arrested, they said it in the report. The whole time he was being arrested, he was asking the arresting officers about their jobs and how they do it.
That's what I'm talking about.
So, yeah, he's very inquisitive, and he's very interested in what he did, so on and so forth. I agree with that. So, yeah, you couldn't shut him down if he got started. I agree with that. If he started talking about this and that,
do you think that if you were one of the people that did it with him, you would trust him?
Well, nobody would in that situation like that should ever trust the other people. No, I agree with that.
No, I'm talking about him.
Well, I'm just saying in any situation like that, if there's three people that are involved in a murder, and one person is in the public eye for it, those other two people, they're going to be shitting gold bricks, waiting to see are they going to get us too? So I get it. I wouldn't trust them either.
But are they going to have somebody like Brian KOHBERGER who can't stop asking questions and talking?
I get what you're saying. That's what I'm saying. I was going to say him specifically. He's a little bit more. He tells the truth.
All I know is that it sounds like Brian got himself in a fucking pickle, huh?
It really, truly does. Yeah. Whatever it was, he did. That's my opinion. But something happened, and I don't think he expected. And again, this is the guy that believes in the law, and he believes in the truth. Okay. No, officer. I wasn't wearing my seatbelt. That kind of thing. That way. And that, from what we've seen of him, were you wearing your seatbelt when I pulled? No, I wasn't. I'm not going to lie to you. There's no reason to lie. That kind of thing. So it makes you wonder about the type of person he is. So that's why I wondered if there was two other people, one other person, three other people, whatever. Did he ever say that to Anne? Does she know that? He never said it to the world, but did he ever say it to her? And that's something she's got on her book as well that she's working with. I don't know. I remember Eliza Massive saying there's many, many people, many alternate suspects in this case. I know of 11 subjects. If you guys know the difference, I explained the other day, a suspect and a subject. Suspect is somebody they pretty much know for sure is involved. A subject is somebody that's a person of interest. They had 11 other people that were subjects in this, based on the report that I read. That's interesting to me. How many of them, at least a few of them, are that have to have their blood must be on the back of that sheath, in my opinion. So, just saying. So, again, welcome. Typically, thank you for joining us. It's grateful to have you here again. Sorry.
Thank you. I wanted to pipe in because I've done a 180 on that plea deal. Like when he first took the plea, I was like, oh my gosh, okay, gonna believe him. He said he did it. A lot of people were saying that, but I've been slowly coming the other way the more that this evidence comes out. And we were just watching something last night. I know you were in that chat. Remember when we were talking about there was some blood evidence or something that Thompson never turned over, and I don't remember exactly like when did Ann Taylor even get that, like
right. I remember.
Was it after? Because I know stuff was still getting turned over to the defense even after the plea deal, right?
The 24th, I think that the 24th request for discovery, I think she received it either right as or right after the plea was accepted and all that. If I'm right, Annie, am I right on that? Because I know you're on these documents like you wouldn't believe, but I'm pretty sure that's how that happened. It was either the 24th, I don't think, or the 25th.
Yeah,
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. What did you say, Dago? About what?
Wasn't it the 24th for request for discovery that defense didn't receive it either like right as the plea was going through or the right after or something like that, wasn't it?
Like that day or
something? I think it was right after.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Ridiculous.
right.
Totally ridiculous. And I just don't feel like anything like, okay, so Brian's DNA was on the button snap that they never tested. Like,
Right.
okay, well, it really wasn't the snap, it was the strap. Well, you know, we meant to say strap, you know, okay. There's nothing else, you know, the car, the connection. I just feel like his blood would be mixed in somewhere else. I don't know. So I'm not seeing the evidence that, you know, even with Molly, like, oh, well, she saw him. Did she? Her description isn't describing him. So now I'm questioning, was he even there when at that time?
I don't think he was. I don't think he was.
So we're losing evidence that it was Brian, in my opinion. These are just my thoughts.
That's how I feel too, that we're going the other direction. I said this a couple of days ago. I said, the more we receive, yes, we have more questions, but the more we read through and see, and it points to other things, it takes me further away, even further away from him being guilty, possibly, truly. That's where I'm at with it, because that's why I struggle so much with even thinking he's even involved. I don't think he was, folks. At this point, I don't think the man had any involvement at all. That's hard to say because he's right in the middle of it. Okay. So I've had to come to the conclusion on my own. I don't think he's got any involvement at all. None, other than where they put him into it. Okay. And
it is hard. Yeah. And you go back to that plea deal. Like, why did he take the plea? Why did he take the plea? I just think it was Anne didn't have everything she needed. It was going to take too long to go through it all and uncover all this stuff. And they wanted the death penalty off the table.
Right. And she did her job. She saved his life at that point and gave them 2 more years plausible, to be able to work this in the background. They've not withdrawn as his attorneys. I'm not saying they have to or they would have, but they haven't. So who knows what they're doing and who knows where they're going with it. Okay. I think I agree with Annie that at this point in this juncture, you would want to fully and completely clear his name. I agree. And if there is other people involved in this, maybe prove that too. And that would completely and totally clear his name, in my opinion. And bring that to the table and say, here it is. Okay. And here's why we did this. So on and so forth.
How did she do that? What hearing is she going to do that at?
I don't know how that works. Welcome,
she
Kathy.
Shut down every time she tries to do something.
Well, I think she would have to motion for, what is it? A new evidence or something like that in this case would you have to reopen it? I don't know how it works, guys. That's my thing.
There would have to be new evidence. So what have we seen that would be new?
Well, there's quite a bit of different stuff that has come out now that could be considered new. The body cams have showed certain things. The documents have showed first and foremost, the biggest part of this whole thing is that DNA that has not been tested that was on the back of the sheet. The other male DNA, that should be probably the number one thing, in my opinion. That should be thrown at the judge's face like a fastball. Okay.
But didn't they already, did they argue that in front of Judge or Judge Hippler? Because didn't they already try to argue that with Bicca Barlow? Or no?
Yeah, they can't use alt perps again, but they can, like, literally it sounds wild, but like at this point, short of other people confessing to being involved and giving up information about how they did it, where they put the weapons, etc. I mean, unless they recovered the weapons used or were able to recover text messages or even like send out a PI who's like investigating someone and catch them, like talking about it or whatever. I mean, you're going to need like actual hard evidence showing someone else either implicating their self or direct evidence that implicates these other people, right? And that still doesn't technically exonerate him unless those people say, no, he had nothing to fucking do with it. We don't know him.
Can't she test that other DNA?
Is there any left for her to test?
I don't think they can because that's not new evidence. That's old evidence.
Well,
that's evidence that was already in the case.
But what if they never had the option to test it, Annie?
The state did, and they cleared alternate suspects and other people from it.
So the defense can't do anything with that?
I don't really think they can. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure you need new.
What if they come up with
relevant
new DNA?
You need new, relevant, admissible evidence that tends to be exculpatory.
If they come up with new DNA, that can be tested, correct?
But isn't it new to say that there's an unidentified male mixed in with a victim's blood on the back of the knife sheath? Isn't that new?
No, it's already in the court docs.
Okay,
it wasn't, but it wasn't presented as part, like.
Well, what I was asking was what I think Lucy said. If they identify that DNA, they didn't before. She said that's valid. That's what I was trying to say. I'm sorry. So that is what I'm saying. If they can go and identify that DNA in some aspect or something and say, okay, so this now belongs to Jack Decor or Jack Showalter. Whoa, kaboom. Okay. That I think could be presented, but does that take BRYAN out of the picture? Or does that just put them in there with BRYAN?
Well, now it pits two people against each other. Start talking. Like,
yeah,
I don't know.
That too, but.
And I agree. She should have had a private investigator working all along on this.
Well, I know they did have investigators. I heard her mention that there was two that I know of, but I don't know what they got out of it. You know what I mean? Never was able to present that truly. Kathy said if Hitler grants the state's objections to releasing evidence from the case, it's going to be a problem. We can forget any photo, video from Maddie Mogan's room, sheath, etc. The state wants this evidence not released, right? Good point, Kathy. Thank you.
Well, see, here's why I think that the ability to retest the DNA, honestly, probably only could have come from a plea. Right? Because then once the case is closed.
Okay, I got you. That makes sense.
Technically, the defense can now access the entirety of the discovery, including maybe some things that they weren't previously getting before. That's the only thing I could think of. I could be wrong. I'm not a legal expert. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know shit. But it makes sense to me that if you want to be able to, like, because from my understanding, it would have been up to Bill Thompson to agree to run that DNA to identify it. It can't just be the defense saying, well, we want to retest it and identify. The state would have had to stipulate to that as well, which they were not going to do. So it's my understanding, like everything pertaining to that other DNA was already argued between the two sides, and they were going to try to get it in via alt-perp argument. And that wasn't going to be allowed. So the only other way they would have been able to argue it in court is by questioning the investigators and the validity of the investigation and the leads they followed.
Can I ask a question? How are they saying they're not going to show anything from Maddie's room, but Kaylee was supposedly in Maddie's room sitting up?
What do you mean?
For the movie.
I'm lost on what you're asking, Terry.
Okay. Did they or did they not say that they would show nothing about Maddie or Maddie's room?
Where? No, I've never heard that.
I think that was for releasing more like photos and stuff like that, right? The two families, wasn't it? The Chapins and Maddie's mom.
Is that it?
We're saying, yeah, I think it was. That's what it was for.
Okay, because that really threw me, because I'm like, wait a minute, why would you not show that? Then you have supposedly Kaylee in Maddie's bed.
Well, and I think that was disproven too by that. Who was looking at that pillow? Was that you, Miss Potts? Yeah.
Annie did
Yeah.
her own show on that there's no proof that she was sitting up in the corner like they said she was. It looked more like she was
No.
wrapped up in a blanket laying down.
And that pillow
Okay.
image just, oh my gosh, haunts me. Like,
Agreed.
I hope Steve and Christy never see that.
Well, I'm sure. I think they have seen
You
some
know,
of that.
and here's what's messed up. I feel awful that I even have to zoom in to show that.
I know.
Okay, but
I-
here's
as
the
you would.
why I
No, but it made a great
here's why I
point.
did it.
It's
Because
very
someone
educational.
clearly this person, whoever it was face down.
Yes.
And in this photo, they have been moved. They are now on their back. They are under blankets. So at what point, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, when was this person moved?
Right.
Because that would mean for them to be face down, unfortunately, bleeding into the pillow to the point that you can literally see like eyelash imprints.
I know.
How then is she ending up on her back, but still wrapped up in the covers and stuff? And then we have these conflicting statements, like you just said. She was up in the corner,
And that's why you
based
doing
on the
that.
photograph, it doesn't look like that.
That's why you doing that was such a good thing and such educational and that's what we need.
Yes.
So I know you felt bad for it. I do. I get it. I heard you could just tell.
Because
And
it just feels like maybe someone was dishonest with them or something. Like, I don't know why they thought she was somehow up in the corner when, you know,
She
obviously
might have been. You're right. She might have ended in that position at some point, but that adds time to the timeline. And then if you're going to add time to the event, and you're saying Bryan Kohberger went in there all by himself within 3 minutes or whatever the time is, you're making it more impossible that it could have been just
Plus,
him.
they're not even factoring in all this extra time for these alleged like experimental wounds.
Nope.
Right.
Not it. And post-mortem injuries that they're saying that there were now. So what, did he just hang out and have a few drinks and cut people up after the fact? What the hell? I mean, it's ridiculous.
I don't know, but Annie, can you explain experimental wounds?
That's what I talked about.
I mean,
right, but I want to hear Annie say.
Go for it.
Allegedly, this person, the murderer, Kohberger, Michael Myers, hung around a little bit to inflict some extra like injuries on people even after they were deceased.
Was there a medical examiner or
were they bled out?
What did you start saying? Typically, I'm sorry.
Someone spoke about this. I don't know what show it was, but they were saying that it was like poking them, just marking that, like kind of like testing, right? Like,
that was the experimental side.
Yeah, I can't remember who said that, but
well, I think it goes
to
into
me
play
it
with
seems more than that.
Like Ethan's legs were carved. We heard that, and then there's other things I think that were done. So yeah, whoever did it is a sick ass person, period. There's no doubt there in my mind. We know that, but
I'm just confused though. Like the thing that bugs me when I hear things like that is like, okay, well, they've already said that he was literally in and out of this house in like 2 to 4 minutes, according to their. So
how'd you do that in that period of time?
I'm not exactly sure how. And then you have the defense claiming, their experts and their experts' reconstruction of the crime scene and all of that is multiple, at least 2 perps, at least 2 weapons, and Ethan and Xana are being attacked simultaneously at the same time by 2 different people.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah,
So,
it would have to be that. And I don't want to get graphic, but to me, experimental is like the things that you do see those prolific serial killers doing with victims, with body parts and souvenirs or just messages, things like that.
There were certain things that were in that report that I read. They were talking about like specific victims and certain specific things there was, and again, I'm not going to go super graphic on this, but like they mentioned Madison Mogan and something with one of her breasts and part of her chest. That's part of that. Ethan's legs. There was other things with Kaylee's face, Dennis. I mean, there's so much of it. How did you do all of this in and out, like Annie just said, in a matter of 3 minutes? Come on. And it's changed 15 times, guys. It went from 15 to 9 to 7 to 8 to 3 to 90 seconds, whatever period of time was.
I always,
Go ahead.
I always felt like when they first came out and described Ethan's legs, I just thought, was it a message? Like, I just always think that, like the way that it was described, some type of symbol or marking or something like that.
Right. It sounds like that. And I came to a conclusion about 2 weeks back, and I said it on here. I don't believe their timeline. I don't think most of us do. It doesn't make any sense. It's crazy. It's been changed so many times. I don't believe their timeline. Okay. And I had to start wondering if the timeline was extended way further than what we all know. And I feel that these these people, these victims, could have been tortured for a period of time, possibly. I know that doesn't fit into their timeline. Their timeline doesn't mean shit to me anymore. It doesn't at all. Okay. I have a curiosity about that vehicle showing up at 429 and turning its engine off. Seems like it's at that house, and who that was and what went on at that period of time and for how long after that. I think they were tortured. I think that's where this whole experimental thing comes into play. The post-mortem injuries come into play possibly. And that's my opinion fully, folks. There's
different
no
weapons.
Yes, different weapons. Different things being done to different victims at different periods of time for a more prolonged period of time. And then when everything was said and done, then they cleaned up and left. That's my opinion at this point, folks, because that's what I'm seeing and hearing at this point.
Can I ask why? Why do you think that? Why would somebody experiment torture?
Because I think this is a message. Okay, I think this was a message. I've always thought that because of the way it was done and because they just weren't shot and killed, which is quick, simple, out of the picture.
It sounds like staging.
And retribution. I think retribution.
Sure, yeah. And
to
staging,
me, it sounds like intentional staging. You're trying to make it look like one type of crime when it was a different type of crime.
That could be too. That's a very good point. Very good point. You know, I think somebody pissed somebody off somewhere, okay? And that's what started this. And then, and it could have just been, thank you for saying that too, Annie. It could have been like what we were told a long time ago, the shakedown that went wrong. Oh shit, we went too far. Now what do? We got to make this look good. We got to get out of here and make this look right. They could have completely staged the entire crime scene to look like some psycho came in and did all this, okay? And they got carried away in their minds because they have no idea what that would be, or it's the other. But that does make sense. That does make sense. So there's a couple options with what this could be. It could be that it was staged to look like torture. It could have been that they were tortured. There's a couple different options here that I would believe both of. You know what I mean? Or all of. I'm sorry. Truly, but the staging does make sense. Especially with where they found blood, where they didn't find blood, things like that. And there's I think it's very odd that Ethan's blood was found on that half wall, coming from the, what the hell are you doing, Jesse? Hello, Jesse.
Miss Potts, how you doing?
I have to get my brother-in-law's mask. Yeah, that's great. That's great.
But yeah, I mean, it could be multiple, any one of those things. So, that's the whole point. Is I think that we are purposely being kept confused because that too many people have gotten somewhat close to maybe the answer, and they kept to continuously keep us distracted by showing us all these things, and we're all going 16 different directions in it, and that's the problem. That's my opinion, but I agree with Annie that that's very possible that it was staged to look one way when it was truly something else. Or it was meant to look that way because that's what happened. Or it was something else. It could be any of that. I will never believe Bryan Kohberger did this by himself. And at this point, I don't even believe the man was involved in it. I want somebody to show me that he was, because it would make more sense if he was. Okay, but it don't. So that's my point. And welcome again, Jesse. It's good to see you. It's been a while. All-star cast up here. I appreciate you guys very much. Typically unique, Miss Potts, Terry Martin, and Jesse Schul. Thank you all for being here with us. What
Hi,
do
Jesse.
you say?
Hi, Jesse.
Hi, everybody. Good to be here. Missed you guys.
Same here. What do ye say today, sir?
I missed what was going on with this show. I was busy with work, but I did catch the interview with Bethany Funk in Nevada.
Yeah,
kind of blew my mind. But then again, I mean, we've been talking about it on here on this channel with you folks for, you know, what is it?
A while.
3 years.
Yeah,
3 years. I mean, since December or January of 2022. And I mean, I think we've been on the right track for so long, but the stuff is coming out now. I mean, it's pretty clear to me that they're all, I think I've been saying for a long time that I don't think it's one bad guy or one. I mean, I think it's an elaborate thing where everybody's in on it. Everybody's in on it except for us.
At least has knowledge of it.
All the kids seem to know. I mean, you listen to Bethany, and I gotta say, it seems so dishonest to me. The information she's putting forward, the questions she's being asked, and the questions she's not being asked, also seems like the officers doing the interview don't want to know certain things. They only want. It's all like theater, right? It's like we've had the off the record conversation about what we're gonna say, and then we're gonna press play or record, and then we're just gonna keep it really vanilla. What did you see? What did you know? Oh, nothing. I don't remember. Oh yeah, well that's fine. You don't need to remember. We don't actually need to know where Ethan lives or what this guy's name is, or why do you guys were talking to each other at 4 o'clock in the morning. We don't need to know any of that. Thanks for coming in. Bada boom, bada bing. Woo.
And the thing that gets me with those is with every interview, and I said this to Annie earlier, and she agreed. I think that's being done on purpose. It's obvious because they'll say something like, "Well, I know," like for instance, and I think it was Kayla, her interview. Yeah, I know Quinn, Dylan's boyfriend. Well, okay. What do you know? Well, he's hardworking. He's very nice, and he's got this dyslexia. What? Like, what the hell kind of a question? Well, okay, fine. Those are your answers. What the investigator should do in that point. Well, how do you know Quinn? How long have you known Quinn? What are your interactions been with Quinn? How do you know he's got dyslexia? I mean, they did none of that in any of these interviews with anybody. It was just
which leads me to believe that they already know, and it's been discussed off the air. I really feel like all these interviews are potentially staged, like because they didn't want to go in cold. Because if this is a cover up that we all, or I shouldn't speak for anybody but myself, but if this is a cover up to the proportions that I think it is, you can't just bring people in cold, start asking questions when the camera's running, because they might say something that throws a wrench in it all. And you want to be very careful before. And we've seen it in the Karen Reed case. We've seen it in a lot of these cases. We're now seeing it in the Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk shooting. Yeah. They don't want to show us how they get to how they do things. They only want to show us what they want to show us. And these interviews indicate that to me.
They're all like 4 to 5 minutes apiece. They ask them 3 or 4 questions. There's no follow-up at all. And the questions
no pushback. No pushback, no questioning, kid gloves.
Nothing at all. They treat them like they're victims, okay? And in this situation, that doesn't make sense to me at all, but okay. Okay, there's like 3 questions. So what do you think about Kaylee and Maddie's? We're the house. Well, it was a fun house. All right, thank you. Have a good day. We'll talk to you. What?
You know what I think was going on in that office downstairs, and these interviews haven't done anything to dispel that theory, and it's hinted at, but there's no follow up, no question. Yeah, they're working at home, blah blah blah. buying Range Rovers, cameras and monitors.
Betsy, it's funny you brought that up because that office that you were talking about, we saw a couple pictures of that office and it looked trashed. Okay. Now it's come out in these documents about a Sensi burner thing that was broken and blown in that. Like, it almost sounds like somebody went through that office looking for something. Okay.
Oh, and that was the firework.
Yeah. Yeah. Poof. Poof. You know what I mean? So it makes me wonder, were they looking through that room, looking for shit, looking for something? Did people are saying that Bethany's room was tossed? Were they doing it there? What was going on? And where the hell were they when this happened? You know what I mean? There's too many of these things that are out there that they're not talking about, that they haven't pointed out. And I think those are the things that we're not supposed to see.
And then I feel like,
what's more interesting? Sorry, before I lose my thought, does anybody else find it super interesting that the only windows locked and doors locked in the house are the two survivors?
I was going to bring that up and forgot. Wild? Thank you. Yeah, that's crazy. Bethany and Dylan's windows were the only ones locked. Why? What did you know was happening ahead of time? That's wild. That is a good point. Thank you for reminding me. Go ahead.
And Bethany ran away before the cops came as well.
Yeah, she wasn't there. And what'd you say, Terry? I'm sorry. Typically,
Sorry, Terry.
That's why I asked earlier, was this pre-planned? And
well, yeah. We were told, and nobody believed her. Kim was here 3 years ago, and she said, "Dago, I'm telling you, with everything I own, that they knew about this days before this happened, and many people knew about it, and many people, as far as being involved, were involved in the aspect that they knew and they steered clear, and it's all happened, guys. It's all come true. Okay, so that is something I've very interestingly been thinking through."
And something else that I always have wondered is, why was Xana's screen, or her,
it wasn't
off?
that wasn't Xana's screen. That was the kitchen window off on the ground.
Okay,
and it was like that before the murders.
Right, but maybe that was a way, like a map.
What do you mean, a map?
So they knew which direction to go.
Well, no, it was off way before that. Like, there was other pictures that were shown that the screen was down off the window. I think it was just taken off because they either were hanging lights or something, and they just never put it back up.
Well,
that's my opinion.
Another thing that I think everybody's being dishonest about is the drug use, and zero pushback on that when asked, "Oh, does anybody do any drugs?" And it seems like I think Kayla and Bethany both fingered Xana as, "Oh, Xana does coke."
And Katie, I think it was Katie said that Kaylee did cocaine, and somebody else too. Yeah.
But in my mind, I don't do coke. I've never done as a kid. I didn't do coke. I have friends that do. I've been around it. I'm not that too, I'm not too good to be around it, but I'm not going to live with people that do it. Not going to spend all my time with people that are constantly doing it. And I don't believe that one person in that house was doing coke unless everybody was doing coke. I mean, people that do coke, in my opinion, spend time with other people. You can't, and there's no way that she could be with Ethan unless Ethan was just as into it as she was. And they seem to talk about Xana does it. They don't really say Xana and Ethan. So, and that has to be on par, in my opinion.
Well, I think one thing can build to another too, Jesse, because we do know it was stated that her and Ethan both liked Adderall.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing.
But the way I view that is, I think they like to mention Adderall because in their minds that's a prescription drug.
It's
and it's okay to say, oh yeah, they do a bit of Adderall, and yeah, we wouldn't do anything
to downplay it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's also, these kids have to be horrified that everybody gets to listen to exactly what they're willing to tell cops. I know when I was 20 years old, if cops were asking me who sold drugs, who did this, what's everybody's business, I'd be hesitant to tell them. And if I did tell them anything, there'd be a lot of people in my circle that I'd be in, public enemy number one.
Yeah. Yeah. All the reports we went through, and even on Dateline and Nightline and all that, they all denied it. Everybody, oh, there's no drugs. There's no drugs. And I was screaming, like, why are you lying? It's college. There's supposed to be drugs. I would feel weird if you didn't. But yeah, I agree with that. And typically you were going to say something, I think, completely.
Yeah, it was back about the interview and Dylan's new audio interview that was released. It was by Gooch. And what agency is she from?
Gooch was
state FBI, because FBI. I felt like she was harder on her, more direct with her, tried to get through some things. But to me, this is where it flipped. So when the kids were getting interviewed by like local law enforcement, it was the police that were not asking the hard questions. But then when you turn around and you had an interviewer who was asking hard questions, then Dylan, she really turned it on with giving herself an out. I mean, she must have said 1,000,000 times, oh, I don't know if it was a dream. I don't know what's real or not real. I mean, she just completely gave herself an out.
Yes, 100%. I agree with that. I don't know if you guys have heard that, but she is absolutely right. She's completely detracting from herself, full-heartedly, in my opinion. Yes. And it's very interesting because I think that, like you said, the harder questions, they scared her. Like, oh shit, what do I do now?
Yeah, she really was hesitant to want to. And if she was forced to have to give, this is just my interpretation of it. It seemed like when she was forced to give an answer, it was, oh, it was fuzzy. Oh, because she did not want to answer.
Because those other interviews, they didn't put her on the spot like that. They didn't ask those hard questions. So it was very easy for her to float through that. Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Good point.
I think that's why Gooch, I think that's also why, like, Gooch said to her, like, it's important that you only tell things that are true.
Right.
Yeah.
I think Gooch was, like, side-eyeing her, if you want my honest opinion, even when we read, like, just a little bit of the interview with Gooch. It seemed to me like Gooch is kind of side-eyeing her. She's like, Dylan, it's super important. You only tell us things that are true. I was like, oh, shit. Gooch is giving her the side eye.
She did. Wasn't she the one that even said, you're not telling us anything that would compromise the investigation or like something like that? I forget how she worded it, but yeah, she called her out.
Yeah. Interesting. All right. Super interesting.
Yeah, that was my thoughts on that.
Can anybody name one of these kids involved in this that's actually telling the truth, that hasn't contradicted themselves, that hasn't downplayed the drugs, that hasn't spoken in a manner that would indicate they know what happened and they're not being forthcoming?
To me, I felt like, I don't know if everybody agrees with this, but to me, I felt like Emily was the most forthcoming.
I totally disagree. But that's fine. But no, I mean, Emily was very vehement. Is that the correct pronunciation? Vehement. That there was no drugs. And I just don't believe that she was unaware of that. And she was very defensive and very, almost angry at people who were speculating about the drugs. And I think Emily, she was on the phone. She's the one that was on the phone, right?
I think so.
And she's the one that said, oh, and by the way, somebody came into their house at 4 a.m. So there's deceased people everywhere. You've got the roommates that have alerted them to this 8 hours later, according to the official story. and they were told that somebody passed out. So she was called to the house because somebody passed out. She gets there, and her boyfriend Hunter is like, well, everybody's, gone. And
when I heard that part about the 911 call with Emily, the way she said it, like the way I was hearing it was like Dylan or somebody, Bethany or somebody was like looking at her like, don't forget to tell them this. So like, and then she said it. Like,
but then you're making yourself an accomplice. You're participating in passing on, I've said this many times. Diego's heard me. I'm sure Miss Potts has heard me say this, but if it was me putting myself in that position and somebody says to me, oh, and by the way, there was somebody in our house at 4 a.m., I would stop and look at them, and I would refuse to participate in that. And I would say, what the fuck do you mean there was somebody in,
Right.
Because you just told me, you told me this person passed out. You told me this person was drunk. I'm here now. And now you're telling me there was a goddamn masked man in the house at 4 a.m. Like this is a bombshell being dropped. If that was new information, and the way it was portrayed to us is that nobody had any idea of this, because if they did, they should be relaying it to the 911 operator.
I think everybody goes to Emily as the most truthful one because she brings forth the information about the knife. That
absolutely. Yeah, that too. Yeah. Because I was like, ooh, she probably wasn't supposed to say that.
Right. That's why I think everybody goes there. Have you guys heard the Dylan? I know you have typically the Dylan audio interview. Everybody else?
Yeah, I listened to it, and I got to answer this phone call real quick.
Yes, ma'am. I knew you did, but I don't know if anybody else did. And I was actually going to run through that with you guys real quick before we got out of here too, because I wanted your opinions on it. After I listened to it, it seemed, I think typically he's right. It seemed way different than the other interview that we've seen with her, the body cam conversation, all of it. She's like a completely a different person speaking about this, and I didn't know how many of you guys heard that. It was quite wild.
I just think for her to relay that though to the 911 operator without questioning it is an indication that she's an insider here. She of all people, more so than most, is privy to a lot more information than what she's been forthcoming with, and that's the only way I can explain her behavior on that 911 call. And the lack of if she truly was unaware of what the bigger picture is, she should be furious that she was called over. She should be asking questions saying,
sure.
Why are Dylan and Bethany pretending to not know what's going on? And now they're involving me and my boyfriend, I mean, this is big.
Why didn't you tell us they were dead or anything like that?
This is big time stuff, right? This is like, putting everybody involved in this is at risk of being in really serious fucking shit.
Sure.
And if you truly had no idea but there's plenty of information to suggest that Dylan and Bethany would have been aware, and you can't just gloss over that, act like that doesn't bother you. It doesn't bother you that they involved you and put you at risk.
Yep.
That's just not. I mean, if you believe that, I got a bridge in Brooklyn. I'd like.
Well, this is your best friend. They were very good friends, and like, why were you not upset with it, or are you? You know what I mean? That's a good point. And no, guys, I'm not doing that now. I said I was going to do that, but we got into this conversation. What I am going to do though is I'm going to come back here in a little while, for sure, and we're going to go through that interview, break it down, and point out those things for those of you that haven't seen it. So no, I won't do that to you guys. We've been here for 4.5 hours already. That's 2 hours. It's a 2-hour long interview, but it's with an FBI agent, and there's a huge difference between that and I don't think they were babying her in that interview. That's why she got nervous, you can tell, and like typically stated, she starts going in every direction she can to get her answers, and she didn't like that, I don't think. So yeah, I'm not doing it now. No. I was saying I was going to, but we got into this conversation, so my apologies. What's up, Buddy Bear? But did you see Jesse, since you're here, the restitution hearing? Did you see that by chance?
No, okay. I've been really busy with everything, but I just got a chance to listen to the Kayla interview and the Bethany interview this morning.
Right. Yeah. There was 2 parts to the Bethany interview, so we're going to be behind on that too, but we will review that as well our way, break it down our way at some point. But there's a lot of new stuff that's come out. I'm really surprised. I didn't think we'd get all these. What I do want to see is, I was told that there's quite a few more interviews. If that's true, we'll see. I don't know. I did think it was interesting yesterday. I think it was. I don't know if you guys caught this. It was brought up twice in two different ways that there was the one when they were doing the door-to-door. I think it was Officer House. The girl took him aside and said she saw two guys standing down there on the phone asking to be let into the house. And then it was brought up later on that there were two guys at the grub truck that they had never seen before. I think that was Kayla's interview. And it made me wonder if there was a connection with those two guys and who the hell were they? Because they weren't in their circle because they didn't have the code key to get into the to get in the door. So
one thing I noticed from both interviews of Kayla.
I'm sorry, Jesse. Bye. Thank you, Miss Potts. Very, very, very grateful to have you up here as always and give your point of view and put your feelings out there. I appreciate you very much. I hope you have an amazing day and great job with your last couple videos. Thank you for that.
I saw Miss Potts was letting Angie know how she felt about things. That was good. That was classic.
It was very good. I loved it. Very much loved it.
Yeah, Dago, I hope that, it is what it is. Sometimes you're way too nice, and I'm not sometimes. So
did I stop you?
No, and I appreciate that. Thanks for always letting me be me, and thanks for having me up. I gotta go, but I hope you guys have an awesome night.
You too.
Bye, Miss Potts.
Bye-bye. We appreciate you very much. It's what it's all about, is putting your point of view and your feelings out there. 100% of people can't handle that. That's what this platform's about. So be it. Thank you, Annie. Very much appreciate you. Guys, make sure you subscribe to Miss Potts' channel. She does some amazing stuff over there. Hit the notification bell. That way you don't miss anything she does. Please and thank you. Hit that like button. She definitely deserves it. So yeah. Jesse, I know what you're saying. I'm behind. I'm trying to catch up on everything because it's coming out left and right. I've been note taking like a sixth grader for the past 3 days. It's crazy, but we will be reviewing a lot of that other stuff that's come out. I've already told Lana that I would like to, and she's like, "Do what you got to do, bro." She's always like that. I very much appreciate her for that and for the hard work that she does getting this stuff because it's not that easy to get it. I've been denied so many things, not even funny. I about gave up on FOIAs at this point. So she's got some kind of grace with getting those. I agree with that one. But that the reason why I think I review these, like Dylan and Bethany for sure, is I think we all have our thoughts on and how we feel about these two. And I think this shines light on the things that we feel that way for.
But when the rest of the kids coalesce around them and defend them and endorse their statements, how can you not group them all together? I mean, they're all selling the same story, right?
I get it. I agree with you to that aspect, Eddie, or Jesse. Eddie.
I take it as a compliment when you get me confused with Eddie, by the way.
I know.
You don't call everybody Eddie, do you?
No, I don't actually. That's funny. It's just you. I've only done that with you. It's weird.
But yeah, no, I did notice that questions about Quinn and Showalter, and right off the hop, I mean, both these guys seemed like potential into bad stuff, or worth taking an extra look at. And the information that's offered in the interviews sort of supports maybe we should look into these. I'm not saying that I think these guys were involved or what I'm saying is the officers doing the interview seem to be invested in ignoring them and not following. And not, one of them is Jack Showalter. Is he known to be, what do you know about him?
Yep.
Well, I wouldn't say that he's violent. Well,
why? Right.
Well,
exactly.
That's an odd thing to say. I hope people aren't walking around saying that about me. Put it that way.
I wouldn't say Jesse's violent. Right. Yeah, I get it.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. That's not an answer. That's not a true answer. That's
not a definitive statement. I think most people could say, I feel pretty strongly that Jesse isn't violent.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And there's no follow-up. And it seems like, in particularly with Showalter, potentially because of his parents, they were trying to run cover for him, and maybe there's nothing more to that. It's just that's the privilege you get from connections. or maybe there is, but we'll never know if they won't follow up and won't look into it.
Very good point. Very good point. Yes, absolutely. Good point, my friend. Good point. Yeah, there's a lot more questions that I have, things that need pointed out, talked about, looked at, just so much. So yeah, I will be back here in a little while I want to go over the audio interview with Dylan, and some other stuff possibly. And then I will be coming upon the Bethany interviews again. It's some other things that are coming little by little. So everybody does it their own way, as we all do as well. Why are they repeatedly talking about how freaked out they are inside that house? Like, what was really... Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, because they do. It's many people have said that too, Lucy. We've heard that there's people that have stated that used to live there, that they got a weird vibe in that house, around that house. People that show up there to visit got a weird vibe from that house. Why? It's a house. What are you vibing about? You know what I mean? So 100%. And I was saying, typically, welcome back. I know you've already seen it, so you probably won't be here. I'd love you if you were, but because I'd really like to get your input on certain things. I want to...
Oh, no, I'll listen to it again. I listen to them multiple times because it takes me a while to digest everything. But I think it's interesting. You guys are talking about Jack Showalter. Yeah. It's very telling that he was, I think, a number one suspect from the get-go.
He was. He was.
Carlos laughs at me all the time. Oh, it was Hoodie Guy. Oh, it was Hoodie Guy. Well, when you look at the information now, I mean, I think there's a lot of things that we were not off on from the beginning.
Right. And they themselves in their reports claimed that he was a suspect. He was a person of interest and then a suspect. So
well, don't they have video of someone, a guy dressed in black, coming out of his apartment late at night during that time, and then the blood and in his apartment, and
they downplayed
we don't know his exact whereabouts yet. You know that Cellbrite data is going to be extremely important.
Right. Yeah. And I think
I can't trust anything coming from Cellbrite anymore.
Thank you, SRB. No, I don't trust it either.
Well, isn't that what Cy Ray's going to use?
To some extent, yeah. But I think he's going to disprove it, is what I think he's going to do. That's my opinion. I'm not 100% sure how that's going to work out. God, I hope. But I think he's going to disprove it. That's my opinion. Thank you, SRB.
But doesn't that include like the health data stuff, like the steps and all that? Locations.
I think so. I think it does.
It's just that after seeing it manipulated in the Karen Reed trial, I don't trust them as a company. It seems like if law enforcement was to contact them and say, this is the narrative we want, can you find this narrative in your data? And it seems like it's not just Celebrite, it's Othram. It's to me, I'm a conspiracy theorist. You might as well put a tinfoil hat right on me. But in my opinion, we're seeing in all these trials, in the Delphi trial, in the Karen Reed trial, in the Tyler Robinson trial, and in this Idaho 4 trial, the absolute breakdown of experts in forensics and digital forensics, that they're willing to manipulate the data into whatever paints the picture that they want to be painted. And just it's almost like in politics where you're allowed to donate to the candidate. Large corporations can fund a campaign.
You can always make numbers say what you want them to say, basically.
Well, exactly, and that's kind of what I do in sports analytics. Is I can find numbers that says this team's going to beat this team, or vice versa. I can paint the prettiest picture you could ever believe for one side, but that doesn't actually mean anything in the end. And we saw it play out in the Karen Reed trial, I think most prominently with Ian Whiffen talking about the cell phone data and what it actually means, and testifying in one trial that it means one thing, and then going back to the second trial and with a completely different cockamamie story that was, in my opinion, full of shit. And then to listen to the owner of Celebrite shamelessly self-promote herself throughout this trial, her and her husband, just shameless self-promotion, just like the Othram.
Just like Othram.
And
Is
then
that
they
the
do
Burkharts or whatever? What are their names? Or no?
Barnhart.
The barnyard, I call them Barnhart. Yeah.
Is that who they are? Is that
Yeah.
them? Oh, okay. Well, maybe I misspoke. Maybe I didn't realize that was a company. I thought it was just like the information. So is there a way to get that raw, just the raw
You're talking about
information? Like I have your phone and I can see your locations, or you have to use a company in order to do that.
You're talking about the cast information.
Oh, okay. That then.
See, that's why, like Cyray, that's why I'll believe in what he says. He's got 30 plus years experience. He created that per se. Okay.
Right.
And that it's just his, I guess there's multiple companies that they use that do that, but his version of what he does, that's what I want to hear. But I don't think that there's anybody else that's going to do it that way. I mean, I'm sure the state was going to come with their own witness or whatever it was. Whatever. I want to know what their credentials are. We'll look at it. And if it doesn't equal out to be the same, if not more than size, then walk away. Because I don't want to hear what you're going to say, because I know what they're going to do. Okay. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like that raw info, so on and so forth. That would make that's, I think a lot of us want to hear that. And we want to hear him speak on that as to why you said what you said.
And I agree with Jesse about the manipulation. Like I watched the Karen Reed trial. Like I saw all that. I'm on the train in the Delphi case too, with all that. Like,
Bingo.
I get it.
It makes me think that the system's broken, and we need a new system where you don't pay for experts and the defense hires one company and the prosecution hires another, because neither one of those are going to be honest. I mean, there's no motivation for honesty in that kind of a system. You need to have like third party that just, they're not invested in the result. They're just going to give you the straight up interpretation of the data. And in fact, they shouldn't even be able to, they should be given masked information. So they don't know which one is which sample belongs to the guy that you think is the perpetrator, right? It should all be blind testing. And here, and the only people that, that data gets sent to the judge, and the judge can then, and we should never be in a position where the police are providing the name Bryan Kohberger and then saying, see if you can craft a family tree to find this guy.
Right.
That's the guy we want.
And then they just argue it. They just argue what's given to them.
And I think they've definitely taken advantage of the situations that we have had in front of us at this point. All of these expert companies have, because they know it's ample and absolute advertising for them to put them at the top of the list. If we can cut out there and say that, we have the answers to the quadruple homicide, the case of the century, so on and so forth, we're going to be the number one country, just like Othram did. Okay.
You can see that they're snake oil salesmen. You can see they show up at CrimeCon, they go on YouTube and do their little promotional videos. And it's like they're selling diet pills or something. They honestly behave the same way that somebody selling diet pills would behave.
100%. They buddied up with the family of a victim of this horrible, horrible crime to make her their mouthpiece, their spokesperson now, to put them at the top of the list. And when they were doing nothing but cold cases, now we're to trust them to do all these fresh and active cases. I don't, because I don't believe they did any work at this point, to be honest with you. I think that the case is hiding behind the IGG bullshit. They played themselves out to be this great thing, and then they told lies, in my opinion. Well, there was so much more DNA of Bryan's. Where was it? Why didn't you prove that? Show me that. Because I think you're lying just to make yourself sound better. And I don't trust them now. I don't trust them. I don't trust the Barnharts. I don't trust any of these people that have put themselves out in front, like Jesse said, like, here we are, we did it all. You need us now. No, that's not how this works. Sorry. It's all lies, guys. It's all, and they're all perpetrating for the rest of what we've seen, in my opinion. You're not helping, you're making it worse, because you're working on confusing the public and making people believe you did this, and this, and you truly didn't. That should be illegal. I'm sorry. So I'm just saying.
Agree with you.
It's really sad too. It's really sad. Thank you, Terry, for joining us. I see she dropped down, guys. I think I'm gonna have to call it It's been 4.5 hours. It's been a while. And I hate to doing that when we get into these great conversations. It always gets really good at the end and then we got to cut out. But I will be back here very shortly because I do want to go over that Dylan interview, the audio, break that down, talk about that piece for piece and whatever else we get into talking about because it's always something. I appreciate you, Jesse, jumping in. We've missed you, sir. I'd love to see you back again soon.
Yeah, I'll try to pop in when I can, when I get a moment. But yeah, I felt the itch today after seeing some of those interviews.
Yeah, I get it. I absolutely agree with you. That's what we're going to be talking about too. And typically, I'm always honored to have you here. I love what you do. I'm grateful to have your opinions out there too.
Thanks for having me. I think this is the first time I got to talk with Jesse, so it was nice to meet you. And
likewise, yeah, I think I've seen you in the chat. I got you confused with unique van life, just the word unique in there. Which,
yeah.
No. I can see vastly different now.
Yeah, very much so. Yes.
But I don't know if unique van life is still around. She's from way back in the day.
She Open Mind Perspective is her new name now.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh boy, yeah. Don't confuse me.
But again, thank you, Terry. All right, dear. Thank you. Hope to see you soon.
Good night, all.
Thanks
for having me, Dago.
See you very soon. Anytime. Bye-bye. Thank you, Terry, for joining us as well. Annie, always love your input and your opinions on things. Thank you so much for that as well. And everybody in the chat, well, you just know, guys, it's always a great conversation, great panels in here, great questions, great answers, so on and so forth. I appreciate each and every one of you. I apologize if there was any chaos in the chat today. We don't usually have that, but you know, it is what it is, and I appreciate everybody's opinions and feelings. sorry guys. So thank you again to my moderators and everybody in the chat for being here. You guys are amazing. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing, folks. You guys are the beautiful people, and I'll see you guys very, very, very soon. You'll see. Bye-bye, y'all.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light. A reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear. The sound of justice, the only thing we hear. Cafe's empty,